And then in 2 hours, our weekly point battle event will begin, highlighting all the new cards from Heavy Excavator. Or potentially, even more likely, seeing the continuation of machines and worms dominating the event. We are now starting off with an incredible boss battle. The one and only Youngster Joey and their top percentage Rattata, taking out nearly a third of our health. Fortunately, we are able to clear out this enormous boss and move on to the next battle. Let's go ahead and see what they have. I'm guessing if our first opponent is a Rattata, they are probably going to be using a Pidgey. And there we have it. Cyndaquil's Tackle should be no real problem dealing with this. And what is their other Pokemon going to be? Also a Rattata. Interestingly, we do see Youngster Joey did lose the battle earlier. And looking at the two teams, it does make sense. Both of them have a level 4 Rattata. But Mikey also has a Pidgey to go with it, giving them just a little bit of an edge here. Understandable that Mikey is the superior trainer. Now, our Cyndaquil is looking a little bit weakened. I don't really want to go all the way back to the Pokemon Center, so we're just going to go ahead, heal it up, and then give it a berry to hold. So if it gets weakened, we will automatically heal in the middle of the battle. So our theme for this run is that we are going to be trying to use some of the Pokemon, that I think really fit the region. For example, our next team member is going to be a Slowpoke, once we manage to make it all the way down to the Slowpoke well. It is not a Johto original, however, it is a big part of the lore of the region. I would be running a Bellsprout to the Bellsprout Tower, but unfortunately, finding Leaf Stones is essentially impossible without doing some weird RNG manipulations. So I am, unfortunately, not going to be including a Victory Bell on my team. Also, I think it is a little bit unfortunate that we get Smokescreen before Ember, as having the Fire move would be pretty useful going into all of these bug types. I know there's another bug catcher over on the left before we reach the city. But I mean, I guess the Weedles and Caterpies are not going to be that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and grab this as well. We don't have cut, so we do need to go this way. For anyone in the chat, I'm curious, what are your favorite Pokemon games? I want to say Pokemon Gold is definitely the one I played the most of as a kid. So I am relatively familiar with it, at least on a casual level. Obviously, I have played just about every mainline game, though I haven't played necessarily every version. As a kid, I definitely did spend my money getting the alternate versions, but more recently, I don't really see a reason to play through both Scarlet and Violet. Getting the trade exclusives is not that difficult, and I have other games I'd rather be playing. The next Caterpie is down. And that means we are going to have reached Violet City. There might be one more trainer here, but they should be optional if so. And I was right, there's not even anyone here. Okay. One last Caterpie. So, I know in Generation 2, Faulkner's Ace Pidgeotto is only level 9. So, it's probably designed so we're able to take on the gym before doing the Sprout Tower. The tower does give us access to, the Flash HM, though. So, is that worth it? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure if we talk to the trainer school person, and I feel like they gave us an item in one of the games, but maybe not. Another quick claw is actually over in, the National Park. So I guess there isn't actually anything to gain from him here. Let's go ahead and just jump straight into the gym. I'm thinking we might be able to get away with not doing the tower at all. I remember the person under this city does gate us to, clearing the gym leader. But also, if we are only releasing Cyndaquil here, maybe we aren't going to be strong enough without using the experience points to clear out from the tower. This Spearow alone almost wiping us. So we are forced to go back and heal. And we've already lost the berry that we attached to the Cyndaquil. Since that is the case, I think we are going to go through the tower at least until we're able to get Ember, which shouldn't be too long. All of the Bellsprouts are not going to be able to do much of anything to us. As we are a fire type. Welcome, Shoto. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. Alright, and the third Bellsprout. Probably not going to be much more of a threat than the other two. Vine Whip, I believe, does have an increased critical hit ratio. Or, no wait, that is Razor Leaf. But level 3 grass types, not going to be much of a threat at all. I am doing pretty well. Surprised that I'm actually awake and on time for the streams today. I feel like I do struggle quite a bit with, getting everything in line. My organizational skills are quite low. So we see another Sage, also using level 2 and 3 Bellsprout. Are we doing the point battle later? Yes. The point battle will start in approximately an hour and a half. In about 30 to 40 minutes, I will go ahead and, put the room code up for anyone who wants to join into that. Make sure there is plenty of leeway. So we did get Ember. But I I guess at this point we might as well just go all the way through the tower. Optional battle, we will skip. Hopefully it does not come back to bite us if we want to buy something later in the game from the Goldenrod store. I know when I was playing through the Yellow ROM hack, I wanted to get the Porygon, but it was way too expensive. Ember is now at the top of the list, as it should be. Even if we aren't fighting Bellsprouts, unless it resists, we are definitely going to want to be using Ember over Tackle. Is Team Rocket the boss? I mean, they do show up, but not for a little bit into the game. We have to clear the first gym, and then make it over to the next town, and then we'll get the first rocket segment. Alright, one final bout of Bellsprout, and then the leader. Fortunately, now that we have Ember, even the higher level Bellsprouts are falling in one hit. Hoodoo could be an issue. Does it know a move to induce sleep? At this level, I would assume probably not. And Foresight is not going to deal any damage, allowing us to pick up a 2-hit KO. Cyndaquil getting another win. And we have made it to the top of the tower. Once again, a Bellsprout lead. And Ember is going to make short work of it. Cyndaquil not quite leveling up, but by the end of the battle, will be level 14 for sure. The character we just interacted with before the boss battle was the rival of Gen 2. I actually ended up losing the initial battle, but fortunately it is an optional win. The Totodile was just a little bit too strong. Welcome, Rafflesia. I hope you're having a good morning. For some reason, my Discord just broke. But hopefully the rest of the stream is going on fine. Welcome, Paco. Did you end up making it through the Mount Moon last night? I know I ended up not being able to play it nearly as much as I was planning on. I'm considering I was going to say we might not want to evolve the Cyndaquil right away until it learns Flame Wheel. But I did not press the B button in time. Welcome, Nathan. What do I think about the latest mini pack? Are the decks fun to play? And will it change the meta? Okay, so I think the decks are fun to play, probably. I do not think they will make much of a meta impact. Additionally, I am very suspicious of an incoming super mini box or deck build box within the next few weeks. So if you are low on gems, I probably would not invest very much into the box. I only did it because I was at 10,000 and then I wanted something to be able to play on stream for a little bit. So I still have around 30 packs in the final box run. I actually haven't played at all with the worm deck or anything apart from Buster Blader. But the plants aren't that interesting to me. And I will be leaving Vast Vulcan to Paco. Accidentally ran into the final stage that I skipped earlier. But again, not going to be much of a problem at all. And now that we are level 15, the gym battle should be relatively straightforward. Let us get out of here and see if we can't just one-shot the Pidgeotto. Probably not. I'm expecting the Pidgeotto to have those evolved Pokemon stats and require a second hit. We did lose a fair amount of PP on Ember, so we're gonna go to the Pokemon Center and heal up before we take on the gym leader. One more non-optional gym trainer. And a level 7 Pidgey is actually pretty on par with what the gym leader themselves use. Unless they got buffed in Crystal version. But I know in Gold and Silver, it is literally a level 9 ace. A critical hit on the Ember, and we are off to the races. Shoto, this is a different game, and not the Pikachu one. I'm sure Pikachu is available somewhere in here, but I'm not planning on using it this time. Alright, so we see a level 7 Pidgey, just the exact same as the previous gym trainer. And then instead of a level 9 Spearow, they have the level 9 Pidgeotto. Let's go ahead and Ember. And as expected, this is going to be a 2-hit KO. And the gym leader is down. Sorry, the Vulcan games didn't go so well, but good job changing up the list. Okay, let me go see what else I missed. And it says it really like the plants, feels like it's missing traps. I agree with that. I think the plant deck definitely needs to be running more traps than usual. Especially given they have both a spell and a boss monster effect that leave you with an empty board. I don't think you're going to be able to compete with damage if you are constantly only having 2 monsters on the board. At a minimum, you need to be running recitals. And then obviously negate attack and the slime as well. But the recital itself still doesn't really feel that strong. I hear from Tomato there are better plant specific trap cards. But I'm not as familiar with the real life Rush duels as he is. So until they show up in the game, I'm not all that worried about them. So the correct path is south. But I just wanted to double check if there were any trainers here, or if this person gives you an item. I think you get Dynamic Punch or something after clearing the Sudowoodo. No need to go unknown hunting. I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure they give you the grass item. I was surprised they didn't stop us automatically. We do not, have access to cut yet. So we will proceed down towards the cave. And this is where things get a little bit tricky. I am planning on adding a slowpoke to my team. But in order to get to the slowpoke, we have to get through Union Cave, which is going to be crawling with Geodudes. I could go for a Wooper in the route ahead, but training a Pokemon only to immediately discard it feels like a bad use of experience points. And I have already been made aware that a lot of people think there are not enough experience points to go around in this game. So it is something to be a little bit concerned about. Hopefully, Palava just being such a high level will be enough to deal with it. And we also have a Repel. That is useful, but it's not going to save us against the upcoming hikers. Alright, and then let me see what I've missed over in the chat. Plant skill is weak, only 300 attack buff. I agree with that. I feel like the plant skill, at a minimum, needed to send an Entranze to the graveyard. I was absolutely shocked it did not do that. Paco is gonna bring in Vulcan to the point battle room. Good luck and have fun. So the Blue Eyes deck, feels like it can definitely be pretty good. However, it had some bad matchups into some of the better meta decks, with both Machines and Cybers now being forced to run Widespread Ruin instead of Negate Attack. It's possible that is enough of a nerf to allow Blue Eyes to compete a little bit better. In the games, I was playing against Paco earlier. I definitely think it is a huge difference to be forced onto the worst legend trap card. Alright, so we see a Wooper. This is indeed a Pokemon able to resist my Embers. And it's hitting us with those super effective water guns. Missing with Tackle, a bad start. However, Water Gun is not going to get any more damage after the Tail Whip, as it reduces the wrong stat. So we are going to be able to go ahead and clear it out, no problem. Alright, Fisher Rolf has a Goldeen. And if I remember correctly, it is more threatening with its Horn Attack or Fury Attack than it is with water moves. Supersonic, a little bit of a drag here. Let's go ahead and bring in Poliwag just to cure the confusion. Oh, it's Pack. Okay. I'll let the Poliwag do minimal damage with Bubble until it gets fainted. That way, the Quilava is not taking any unnecessary damage when it switches in. And we are back to tackling. One more should be good enough. But unfortunately, there is yet another Supersonic. So we are going to switch into the Hoothoot as well. Hoothoot is here, mostly just to be able to use Fly later in the game. So I don't mind it getting fainted. Do I think it is worth ringing up when it takes you back down at the end of the month? I mean, I play for fun. even if there wasn't a ranking ladder, I would probably still be doing some amount of games each month. Other than that, if you rank up, you do get some gems for it. So if you're trying to buy so if you're trying to get the newer packs or build up a stockpile of gems, then getting the King Games each month does make sense. I'll go ahead and grab the old rod. But more importantly, we were able to heal our Quilava. And it happens to be Friday, so we're gonna go talk to them and grab the poison barb. However, I don't think we are realistically going to be using it. Poison, not a super great type. I am a little bit worried about the Geodudes and the long stretch that the incoming section is going to provide. So we are going to go ahead and fight the other fishermen just for a little bit of extra experience points. As long as we don't get blasted by a hypnosis, we should be able to clear this relatively simply. Bubble is super effective, but the move is so weak, it doesn't really matter. And we're going to be running water Pokemon. Like I said, I will be capturing Slowpoke once we make it to the other side of the upcoming cave. Alright, fortunately, Magikarps are not going to be able to do much of anything. I do wonder if Ember is enough, even through the resist. And it is. Magikarp does not learn Tackle until level 15, so they really aren't able to do much of anything here. Oh, but here comes level 15, right as I say it. But unfortunately for Henry, they do not choose to actually use the attack. Instead, hopelessly splashing around. And the final Magikarp is going to be another level 5. So a Tackle takes care of it. No problem. And I think those should be all the trainers except for this Bird Keeper. Trying to remember in the lore if this Bird Keeper is actually stronger than Falkner or not. They mentioned that we do have the badge, so we'll see what they say after we beat them. A level 6 Pidgey, a little bit weaker than the level 7 Pidgey, offered by Falkner's team. But this trainer does have a second level 6 Pidgey. And 2 level 6 Pidgeys is only going to be a little bit stronger than a lone level 7 Pidgey. However, I don't think the Spearow is going to be on par with Pidgeotto. It's a lower level, and obviously it's going to have weaker stats, as it is unevolved. Let's go ahead and heal up one final time before we embark through Union Cave. I'm also going to take the time to create a quick save just in case anything happens. X attack obtained. So these hikers, we are going to want to avoid them. Sandshrew does not resist Ember. So unlike the Geodudes, this should be a relatively clean KO. Oh, but are we even going to be able to dodge him? Even if we walk around, he is facing the direction we are forced to go. So we will find out what the trainer's range is. Is there Mega Evolution in the game? We are 15 years early for that. Mega Evolutions were not introduced until the 6th generation of Pokemon. And even if they were, there aren't that many different Johto Pokemon that actually have Megas. I mean, I suppose the Slowpoke I am adding to my team would theoretically have a Mega Evolution. But it isn't one in this game anyway. Alright, so the downside. Geodude resists Ember and has 2 super effective stab options. But the upside. Level 4 and 6 Pokemon are ridiculously low leveled. And Quilava is able to one-shot them. Or in the level 8 case, 2-shot them and avoid even taking a rock throw in the process. For anyone who is planning on doing a playthrough of Generation 2 themselves, Geodude is actually available north of the very first route in the game, and is an incredible Pokemon for the first half of the game, if not longer. Faulkner is weak to rock, Bugsy is weak to rock, and rock also resists Whitney's normal type Pokemon. So if you are planning on having a smooth experience, I highly recommend throwing a Geodude and eventually a Graveler onto your team. And then right when Geodude is starting to fall off, it's going to get Magnitude, which is also going to be super effective against Morty's Ghost Poison type Pokemon. It is a Pokemon that just works very, very well. It's basically the opposite problem of Chikorita, where all the matchups are just very good for the rock-ground pairing. Also, when you get to Goldenrod, you also gain access to Abra. So if you're worried about Graveler falling off later in the game, a Kadabra with Fire, Ice, and Thunder Punch will solo the game from there. It is a pretty funny challenge run, but you could definitely run the game with just 2 Pokemon that evolve by trade, and then simply never evolve them. Even without the trading, Kadabra and Graveler are more than good enough to get you through. We'll go ahead and fight the trainer up here, as this has not been nearly as much of a challenge as I thought it would be to get through this cave. So we have a little bit of leeway to go search for the item up in the next section. What I think the hardest part of the game is in the ROM hack. I mean, I do think there is a chance Misty and the rival fight at Nugget Bridge are a big power spike. But then after that, I mean, probably just like the Elite Four, obviously, is intended to be the strongest teams available. But it also will, of course, largely depend on what Pokemon you are using. What TM did we get? Swift. Swift is actually not bad. It's significantly more powerful than Tackle and doesn't miss. So I might be teaching it to the Quilava in a bit here. Zubat going down in just one shot. X defense, no problem. Probably just gonna end up selling that for the cash. Fleesia, I really want to hear more about that. What did they do that made it so difficult? And then Shoto, I'm not familiar with Red Eyes, so I don't have an opinion on it. I'm going to assume that is the Speed Duel skill, because Black Dragon Rising is the one for Rush Duel. But I guess I can comment on that. Red Eyes is a funny option, with the addition of Blue Eyes Bright Dragon. And then I'm not sure if they got any more support recently, but it does work with any level 8 monster. So that, consistent access to a 1 Tribute 2400 could be useful. I mean, it's definitely not the top of the metagame, but I don't think it would be that difficult to hit King of Games with a Red Eyes stack, at least on the rush side. Alright, so we dodge Vulpix using Confuse Ray on us, and that means we get a relatively quick clear. We get a little bit of lore building by talking to the Fire Breather at the end of the battle. The reason we do not need to use Flash to get through this cave is because they are already doing it for us, which I think is a very fun thing to know. And Awakening, again, not that important of an item, but could come in handy if we need something from the game corner. I don't think this lady is actually a trainer. But the hiker is. I believe that is Hiker Anthony. Also one of the trainers you are able to give a phone number to. Now that we've made it to the cave, we are going to heal up our Quilava, and then we will discuss with Kurt the Apicorn Ball Maker to initiate the Slowpoke Well quest. Grab the Apicorn, and we do have a few Pokeballs already. So I think we are good to just kind of go in here. A Rocket segment should be relatively easy. They are traditionally pretty weak. Quick attack, only dealing 5 damage, while Ember is going to one-shot this Rattata with a critical hit. Giving them a bunch of items to use, like full restores, does make sense on making things a little bit more difficult. I suppose that does kind of make sense, though, as while I haven't played the Toho games myself, I believe this is the type of thing where the bosses would have a lot of different phases. So the full restores can kind of represent transitioning into the next part of the battle. Though I don't think the AI would be complicated enough to really be able to take advantage of that. Alright, Zubat and Ekans. Still no problem for Quilava. Obviously, my Quilava is going to be a little bit over leveled at this point. But once we catch the Slowpoke, we will do a little bit of training and give Quilava a rest. I think most of the Pokemon games are going to be pretty simple if you are just blasting through with a lone option. And it's more fun to have the variety anyway. Well, okay, so while we do have a large level lead, Paco, in the game, we are probably supposed to be a higher level. Not to this extent, but I think they would be expecting you to get here with level 15 or so Pokemon. The Rocket Grunts are canonically quite weak. And we finally get Quick Attack. Which did remind me, we also have a Swift TM. But, I mean, I guess we don't really need to use it at this point. Especially if we are getting Headbutt soon. After clearing Team Rocket out from the cave, Slowpoke, I believe, is a 15% encounter. So, we'll go ahead and grab that before we head into the gym. And then we are going to go ahead and post the point battle code. Clearing the well teleports us out of it. But we actually did not want that to happen, as we are looking for a Pokemon here. I should probably confirm that it is actually available on the first floor and doesn't require, like, surf to get to. I'll go ahead and double check this real quick. Slowpoke, well, Cerebi. Generation 2, and first floor is, as it said, 15% chance for a Slowpoke. I wish it was a little bit higher. If you come back, when we have Surf, it is 100% on the water. But, fortunately for us, we actually find it pretty quickly. However, now comes the hard part. Not KOing this thing in one hit. I think we're gonna go ahead and throw a Pokeball and see if we can't just catch it outright. Unfortunately, it does break out, but it was pretty close. So we'll try the Great Ball and see if that puts... Nope, they immediately break free. Alright, Curse is actually gonna raise the defense of Slowpoke. So if I use a Quick Attack, maybe it won't KO. Okay. All part of the plan. Let's go ahead and throw another Great Ball and see if we can grab Slowpoke this time. And there we go, team member number 2 coming in at a clean 15 level difference. I need to come up with a nickname for Slowpoke, but also for some reason I can't see where the cursor is. Maybe if I slow it down. No. I forgot that happened with Cyndaquil as well. But it is what it is. Let's go ahead and heal up our Pokemon real quickly. And And then we can start the gym challenge here. Of course, we're gonna want to use Slowpoke, given the option. And then Quilava is our backup. I don't think we get Charcoal until after we clear the forest. Okay, that is correct. So we'll start with Amy and whoever the other person is. In the remakes, Amy and May, of course, are a double battle. Oh, and a level 10. Interestingly, Curse is not a ghost type move in this generation. But rather an unknown type entirely. Quilava is getting poisoned, but Slowpoke is going to gain some experience points, and then we can switch back and forth. I mean, and Ladybug is such a weak Pokemon that I might honestly just be able to use Slowpoke against it despite the level difference. But I do think the Quilava is going to be a faster choice, as Ember is going to one-shot it, no problem. The poison could start to pose an issue, though, as we get further into this. And we'll do one more battle, and then we will heal. And then, while this is loading, it might be time to launch Duel Links. We still have an hour to go until the start of the event, but I do need to go ahead and make the room. A level 12 Caterpie. Tackle may finally be getting ready to do some work, as the poison will slowly tick down our remaining HP. Alright, Slowpoke, 14 attack, and only 11 special. So interestingly, this Slowpoke is actually better with physical moves, if we don't account for the stab, water, and psychic type attacks would be having. Shoto, yes. I will post the room code once I get the room up. Duel Links is launching in the background. And I think that means we are going to take a quick tune-up break while I set this up. We will be right back. this one. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Actually, give me 1 second to set up the duel room info. Copying it from Duel Links over to here. Paste, and it is not a great color. How do I change it from a yellow? Alright, so anybody who wants to join the point battle, it will begin at the start of the hour. And the room code is listed over on the bottom left of the screen. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and continue our run of Pokemon Crystal. Alright, so this trainer is claiming to use a grown-up Pokemon. I would definitely be expecting them to be running a Beedrill, but instead we see a Paras. Notably, Paras is going to be 4 times weak to fire, unlike the regular 2 times weakness. So it goes down for sure, but not before landing another poison powder. Okay, and this is a trainer specifically talking about them evolving, yet they are still using a level 7 Weedle instead of Kakuna. At this point, we do actually out-level it, but I'm not convinced Slowpoke is doing anything anywhere close to the speed Quilava offers here, even with the extra text about the poison damage and switching out. I'd really like for my Slowpoke to learn Confusion, to be able to do something more against these poison types. A level 12 Beedrill seems like a fun little mini-boss. Unfortunately, we are still 9 levels ahead of it, so even with a Fury attack, I don't expect us to be taking all that much damage. And there we go, 5 hits, and then Ember to turn this bee into charcoal. Alright, and Slowpoke levels up once again, but is still failing to learn any moves. I do think it would be kind of funny if I have the Slowpoke just kind of sit here and tackle Kakuna for infinity turns. But in the interest of time, I will give up the little bit of extra experience Slowpoke would get, as in the time I spend mashing my head against the Kakuna, we would be able to simply fight another Pokemon and get those experience points instead. So before we fight Bugsy, let's go ahead and cure our status condition and heal back up to full. Paco, I need you to sit there and just think for like 2 seconds to figure out the answer. You already know this answer. But I could go ahead and make a whole tier list. Maybe if we manage to clear Elex Forest, and we still have a little bit of time left to go, then I'll go ahead and rank all of the Gen 2 Pokemon. A quick Ember to take out the Metapod level 14 is going to mean free experience for this Slowpoke. And then Bugsy is also using a Kakuna, but they actually go for the Scyther right away, which is a little bit more threatening. Fortunately for us, we are pretty sure it is going to just go for a Fury Cutter, as Slowpoke is even a Psychic type. Plus, it's the gym's signature move. Only a single point of damage. Ember comes in and is going to be a 2-shot on Scyther. Using Leer is going to break the streak of Fury Cutter, but that also does make sense as I resist it. And then they are finishing off with a Kakuna. Slowpoke coming in one more time and then switching out. Shoto was asking if Abra is in the game. And the answer to that one is a definite yes. So Abra is available. Right before the 3rd gym badge. We had to go through a forest to the left side of this town. And then after that, Abra is available in the immediate next route. And, of course, we get the Fury Cutter TM. Now, one thing I hadn't been thinking about, is that we're going to need Cut to get through the next section of this game. We cannot clear the forest without cutting down a tree. And also, there is a rival fight if I take another step. The rival is a little bit more powerful than anything else we are going against. So I do want to pause the training of Slowpoke for just a moment. Are there any TMs we'd like to learn? Not really. Mudslap is very weak and is not going to be a long-term investment. So we'll give it to Slowpoke just so they have something to use. Swift, similarly, is fine, but we ought to have both Quick Attack and Headbutt coming up. We're gonna give Quilava Fury Cutter. However, I don't really see the need for a super weak move like that on my team. Let's go ahead and battle the rival. And here comes our rival, starting off with Ghastly. A Pokemon they probably caught while exploring Sprout Tower. Ember should make quick work of it. No problem there. Then a Croconaw. And this is where things get a little bit dicey. Their starter has evolved. But I don't have a good answer to it. Water Gun, I think, might be a wipe. What if I were to bring in the Hoodoo and sack it, and then use Slowpoke to bring in a couple of Mudslaps to lower Croconaw's accuracy? Slowpoke should be able to survive a couple of turns. So while this is not a super powerful move, it is one that is going to help me get where I need to go. As long as I'm able to clear through the water guns by dodging once or twice, we'd be in a pretty good spot. And here you can see Scratch is starting to miss. So we just keep using this to lower it as much as we can. We got in 4 Mudslaps. We don't have Cut yet, but Cut is given to us in the forest. So it is not an issue. Alright, Quick Attack does small amounts of damage. And for some reason, their own Leer missed. Water Gun, unfortunately though, lands immediately and deals that super effective damage. our level gap coming in handy here, allowing us to just barely take out the Croconaw. The Mud Slaps did not do much in the way of helping us dodge, but it did at least weaken the Croconaw a little bit and potentially made it so we got through one turn faster. Now that we are on just Zubat, we are gonna be fine. But we are going to need the Pokemon Center. So we go for a quick heal. And then as we head into the forest, Slowpoke might actually be able to deal with some of the wild Pokemon and become a part of the team. Pago asks, what is my favorite Gen 4 Pokemon? And you see that one is actually going to be a different answer. So I am going to pull up a list. And see what my answers might be. I mean, Kricketune is cute, and so is Bidoof, but neither of those are really that interesting. We go a little bit further, and I do like Miss Magius as a cross-gen evolution. And then Spiritomb is not bad either. After that, I like Finneon. It's small and pretty good. A really simple, just basic fish design. And then we move on to the other evolutions. Electivire is probably my favorite out of those. Oh, but it has to be Gliscor. The answer to my favorite Gen 4 Pokemon is definitely going to be Gliscor. The egg is a Togepi. It should hatch relatively soonish. Oh wait, I forgot Quilava was still my lead. So we are definitely gonna need to switch out Quilava for Slowpoke. So it's gonna be able to get some experience points before we head over to Whitney. Porygon Z is lame and uncool. Also, why is it Porygon Z? Like, why is it a Z? If they want to pick a letter, I feel like it should be V for virus. Also, I probably should have caught that Paras. As I do need something that learns Cut. Weedle is definitely not gonna cut it. Ground is super effective against the poison type Weedle. However, the bug type does resist ground, so it ends up being neutral, and tackle is the stronger move. We'll go ahead and get another tackle in. But unfortunately, we didn't buy a ton of antidotes, so I'm not entirely sure if that'll be good. Alright, Caterpie is up next. Another fight I'm pretty sure we should be able to clear even with the poison damage. Alright, it looks like it is 5 per turn. And we need one more hit to KO. So as long as the tackle isn't anything super crazy, we are good. Caterpie falls. And Farfetch'd should be back where it needs to go. Alright, so now we do have the Cut HM. But I don't want to put it on my Cyndaquil, as HMs cannot be forgotten easily. Slowpoke does not have enough HP to survive the poison damage here. So we'll bring in Quilava for the Metapod. And we head back to the Pokemon Center to heal. And once we come across another Paris or Oddish, we should be good to go. I mean, I could even go back into the Union Cave and look for a Sandshrew, as that would be able to learn Cut as well. Unfortunately, Hoothoot is not able to. Otherwise, it would actually be risking being useful. The Venom Bugs are not going to offer anything too interesting, as Quilava will burn right through them. We just need to find one that actually, learns Cut. And make sure I'm not doing anything stupid. I want to make sure these aren't a super rare encounter. Generation 2. Paris is only a 15%. Oh wait, only a 5% during the day. But Oddish is 60% at night. If I was actually just playing this last night like I planned, we would have been able to catch an Oddish no problem. What is the Sandshrew spawn rate? As it might make more sense to go back the other way. Sandshrew is a 30% spawn, it says. And that is going to be a little bit more convenient for us. That is not the correct way. Is Slowpoke actually able to deal with the level 5 wilds? It is a 2-hit, and that is fine. Metapod does turn into Butterfree, but Butterfree unfortunately also does not have the move we need. I definitely did encounter a few Sandshrews on the way to get here, but I forgot to capture one. So hopefully it is not a very long grind. Weedle with the Poison Stings could pose a small threat. But I don't think it is going to be a huge deal. And it goes for a String Shot instead. And back into the cave until we find a Sandshrew. Of course, Geodude is going to start appearing now instead. Still no, Water Gun, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought for sure, Slowpoke would have Water Gun or Confusion at this point, as we have raised it 6 levels. But it has yet to learn anything useful. Alright, Zubat, I don't think learns Cut, unfortunately. But I mean, I can go check it. Cut, Zubat does not appear, but Sandshrew does. It looks like Beedrill is able to learn Cut, but I don't think catching a Kakuna and training it all the way to level 10 is going to be more efficient. I had actually meant to capture a Bellsprout, But then I forgot to do it. Does Slowpoke evolve? Slowpoke evolves into Slowbro. I mean, it also has a trait evolution, but we aren't going to be using that one. Let's go ahead and tackle one more time. And capture the Sandshrew. We successfully capture Sandshrew on our first try. So let's go ahead and actually clear the way now. Looks like there's one final Weedle standing between us and the second half of this forest. Hopefully the Poison Sting does not poison. Open up the pack, go to the HM case, and teach Sandshrew cut. It would be neat if going into this part of the forest had a different encounter table. But I think generations this early were not as good as having these unique spawns per different area of grass. Grog is asking if I have played Postal 2. I initially misread that as Portal 2 and was going to say yes. However, I have not heard of Postal as a series, so I'm gonna go with no. Is it like a male reskin of Overcooked? Is the only thing that would immediately come to mind as to what it could even be. Metapod seeming a little bit too tough to take out at a reasonable speed, so we're gonna go ahead and switch in Quilava. Paco confirming Thunder is, of course, the best deck. I don't know why it would be back when it obviously never left and has been the best deck this entire time. But I am interested to see if it starts doing any better in the meta. Not having any limit 3s because Thunder Gazelle is not a real card. I have not played any Assassin's Creed. No. I mean, I am going to assume that you are referring to Assassin's Creed, and there's not a game called Asian Creed. As that just sounds a little bit sus. Let's go south and grab the Headbutt TM from the Headbutt Guru. Slowpoke and Quilava would both appreciate the damage boost. But I do remember Slowbro actually learns the move naturally. I need to make sure I don't accidentally jump off this ledge, though. So we will see if it goes well or not. We avoid another poison, which is great. And we make it successfully to Headbutt. Basically everything is able to learn it. But if we have Swift for Quilava, I suppose Slowpoke is the one that would appreciate it more. we will remove Tackle, as it's just an inferior version with less power and less accuracy. And now that we have Headbutt, we might actually even be able to take on the Metapods fairly competently. Let's go for a Headbutt, and as you can see, it does over 50%. So it should be a 3-hit KO after the Harden, or we actually even just managed to get in that quickly. Headbutt is a field move, but we aren't actually going to be using Headbutt to grind. I'm not going for Pokédex completion, so no reason to deal with all these Pineco. Should I ask, do I prefer the old or new Pokemon games? I think the old games are better in the sense that they're easy to pick up and stream and are a lot shorter to play through. I definitely was more invested in my Scarlet playthrough than I would be in a random run like this, though. I just thought it would be a fun game to play, as it has been a while, and I've been doing a little bit of Pokemon content on my stream anyway. Gen 2 is the one I've played the most of, so it'll be nice to revisit it. Headbutt against the Caterpies is now a one-shot. Thanks to the combination of a couple of extra levels and being twice as powerful as Tackle. Still going to need 2 to take out a Metapod, but that is no problem. Our Slowpoke is slowly catching up. We're able to get Sweet Scent from the girl on the right, but I don't think we need to. We will just go ahead and move on towards Goldenrod for Pokemon. It's gonna kind of tear right through our supply of Headbutts. Hopefully we are able to level up and we learn Confusion or Water Gun at level 14. Otherwise, Slowpoke is going to need a little bit of a rest until we make it to the town. We can't even use Mud Slap because Spearow is a flying type. And no move learned. Unfortunate. We will have to switch out for the Quilava here. 15 level gap has been reduced to 9. No, I don't have any rare candies. Sandshrew, Slowpoke might be able to take out. Oh, but it is a pretty high level. So we will simply retreat again. Having access to the Water Gun would be really nice. When does it actually learn this? Let us find out. It learns Water Gun at 15. We are just 1 level off from it getting its solid move. And Confusion comes at level 20. So what I would like to do is try to dodge these trainers for the most part. At least I want to dodge them until Slowpoke is able to recover its PP. And if I need to do some more training before Whitney, we would come back down and do it that way. Quick attack, not gonna KO, so we are able to Mud Slap and finish off this Rattata. We go 1 step down, and we are through. It is daytime, so we don't need to worry about the officer. And I don't think we need to cut anymore, so we can go ahead and deposit the Poliwag and the Sandshrew as well. And we can grab the egg from here. I don't know what we're going to get from the odd egg. It can hatch into any of the baby Pokemon. If we get a Magby, we might just end up using it. Well, actually we have a Cyndaquil, so if we get an Elekid, we might end up using it. Otherwise, we are just going to proceed with the team we have until we manage to clear out the third gym. Speaking of the third town, the Pokemart might sell some useful items. So I want to go ahead and take a look around. And also restart our music. Okay. This one's just the potion shop. If they had the Great Balls, I would have picked them up there. But they are here instead. I do want to capture a few Pokemon coming up. So we are going to need a few Great Balls to do it. Everything else, not a huge deal. These are only X items. But one of these floors does sell TMs. I just have to remember which one it is. And make sure there aren't any hidden additional items somewhere else. Okay, so we get Ice, Thunder Punch, we definitely want. And then I don't know if Slowbro can Ice Punch or not. So I will look into this. It does learn Ice Punch, so I want to grab an Ice Punch as well. What is TMO2? Oh, it's Headbutt. So I can grab another Headbutt TM, but I'm more interested in grabbing the Fire Punch. If I am able to afford it. Well, actually, I'm not even sure the Quilava, can punch yet. It might need to evolve into Typhlosion, and if it does, by the time we are able to do that, we are going to have, access to Flame Wheel anyway. And similarly, I think Slowpoke also needs to evolve before it's able to use the Punch attack. So, nothing crazy here. Let's just go ahead and give Swift over to Quilava for now. It's a little bit stronger than Quick Attack. And we don't really need Leer. What is up here? I didn't think there would be another floor. Oh, and of course the, vending machines. Go in here. And is there anything available on the basement floor? I know we use it later in the game because there are items. Oh, and here comes the Togepi egg. Not sure I'm really going to be doing anything with Togepi in this playthrough, but that's okay. I'm just here to check for items. Doesn't look like any of them are currently accessible. So we head over to the first floor. And we're gonna head out. And, while we could go over to the gym, I think it makes a little bit more sense to go north and get some more experience points first. Now, I don't remember if we need to beat the gym in order to get the bike. And now that we have the bike, we are going to be significantly faster. Yeah, I could put the Togepi in the daycare to train. But I don't think I plan on using it. The next Pokemon I want to add to my team is the Sudowoodo, which is a special encounter. Up ahead, though it is going to require us to clear out Whitney. We're just getting the experience points out of the way to make the gym battle a little bit easier for us. And it looks like it is 15 minutes until the start of the point battle. So maybe we do a little bit more on this route. And then we transition over to Duel Links. I saw a defense curl. I thought a rollout was coming, but it did not appear to be the case. Ember is going to take out the Sandshrew. No problem. Then a Marill. And fortunately, even though the Sand Attack lowered our accuracy, we have taught Quilava Swift, a move which is never going to miss. Unfortunately, Marill also increased its defense, so we aren't going to get the 2-hit KO, and rollout is going to be super effective. But we are strong enough to KO it on the next turn and remain relatively healthy. Slowpoke, obviously a very poor matchup into Pikachu. So we switch into the Quilava and use Ember. Redfire is correct. Dig is around here. The thing is, I don't remember where exactly it is. I will look it up. Oh, it is in National Park. It is an overworld item when we head up there. Okay. Slowpoke, finally learning Water Gun. We are going to replace Growl. And Quilava gains some experience too. Yeah, I think Bola is around here as well. But I don't think I'm going to teach it to any of my Pokemon. Sudowoodo is going to have Rock Throw and Rock Slide naturally. And I'm thinking that'll be my physical attacker for most of the game. Leech Life is super effective, but has very low base power. But it might be just enough to stop a 2-hit KO if it uses it again. Instead, we are confused. but we managed to break through and pick up a KO on Zubat. I don't need the Rock Slide TM, as Sudowoodo is going to learn it naturally as it levels up. We break through Confusion one more time. So I think I will just keep the Slowpoke in. I am pretty surprised I didn't one-shot with the Water Gun though. A high power magnitude could cause issues. Especially if we continue to hit ourselves over and over. But we do get cured from the confusion and clear out this Diglett. I'm pretty sure this guy uses a Magmar, which is going to be weak to our Water Gun. Ember strikes for 5 damage. We're able to take 3 more of those safely. So we should be able to win the 1v1. Smog is pretty weak, but it is able to inflict poison if we are unlucky. But it looks like they are going for more Smogs instead of the more powerful Stab Fire type moves. So we will go ahead and rise to level 16. Our attack stat is actually pretty significantly higher than our special. But Water Gun is also super, well, this one has Fire Punch. And that is a huge issue. We are not able to take another one of those hits. So Quilava is gonna have to come in and do it for us. And then Swift to finish the job. The trainer across from the Magmar user, I believe, is a Voltorb user. Should be a Juggler. So Slowpoke not gonna be very useful. However, some of these Voltorbs are quite low level. So we're able to use Headbutt and grab a quick KO. And we'll switch out if we ever need to. Level 6, I was going to say we might be able to take out this one as well. But even at level 6, Voltorb is already outspeeding us. So against the level 10 Voltorb, we are definitely going to be switching out into our Quilava. And then Ember takes it out. And now comes the final Voltorb. Slowpoke switches in one more time for the wonderful experience points. And it looks like it's actually going to reach level 17 this battle. Or if not, it'll be very, very close. And with that, we have made it into this area, where we are able to find a PC. In a lot of the games, if we deposit a Pokemon and then withdraw it, that will count as a heal. Because it decides to recalculate the stats. And it worked perfectly. Let's go ahead and switch its position. First with Togepi, and then with Quilava. And we have 10 minutes to go until it is time for our point battle. And that means we are probably going to switch over to Duel Links for a few minutes. I have saved the game, so let us close it and here we are. And it changes back to yellow. So players are able to see the text. And then let me make sure I'm not missing anything crazy in the server. I'll send another ping so people are remembered. Notably, we still are not at 16 players. So I may need to shorten the point battle from 90 minutes down to an hour. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and just go ahead and clear out our standard duelists and the event duelists that were already in the duel world. Pogo says, I had a good name for the deck, but I don't even remember what it is. I'm half expecting this to just be called deck. And that being the joke. But I will check after the game. And then I also have a couple of Discord DMs. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything else there. We get plenty of duct tape. Oh, and then I just see, is this one of the days where the capsules can change? I don't think so. Oh, wait. Capsule upgrade. Alright, so before I open all of those, I need to be fighting Asana instead. Oh, yeah, this one's just called Buster Blader. Let's go ahead and rush duel. I'm assuming the level 50. Is gonna be like the nail event. This is a very pretty background. I quite like it. So I'm assuming there's gonna be an immediate, monster on the board for us to deal with. Alright, so apparently it does not gain the attack bonus from having cards in hand. I'm just gonna go ahead and set the Gaia for now. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like in the Yuga fight, or the nail fight. All we have to do is wait until we get to Magnum Overlord, and then we are fine. Talismanic Seal Array could work as well if we actually had a boss monster, which we do not. Let's go ahead and use this. Maximum summon. Effect. And then Talismanic Seal Array and let the AI take it from here. And while I would like to do more fights against the standard duelists, if we're in an upgrade period. Wait, why did it not do it? Maybe I already did all of them then. Or maybe the level 50 didn't count. I'll go ahead and do one more game just to verify that the capsules are not changing. And then if that is the case, we can go ahead and clear out the rest of the standard duelists before the start of the event. And then we will be ready to go into the point battle. Where we'll be seeing what everyone is bringing. I mean, I'm probably not going to be playing in the point battle this time, and instead we'll focus just on commentating. After the World Championship qualifiers, I definitely have not been playing nearly as much Duel Links. And there aren't any decks that I'm super excited to try out from the new box or anything. Alright, so we didn't get any upgrades here, so we should be good to go on just kind of fighting whoever we want. But I suppose I should actually be doing the event one anyway. I don't know why they are spawning so many times. Okay, I have just noticed the AI doesn't realize how Yu-Gi-Oh works. So I'm going to have to do this myself, as the Buster Blader deck has very few outs to a 2400 just sitting there menacingly. Buster Blader has not been milled yet, so let's go ahead and send this away to get Buster Blader into the grave. Then Witness is able to add the card back to hand. We summon the Buster Blader, and then Piercing Samurai into Gaia, and that leaves us with one spot for a Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight, and now the game should be fine. With Buster Blader on board, they shouldn't really have anything else to do. And that leaves us with just 2 minutes to go. So probably just one more auto battle. We managed to pick up a second copy of Drillzard. How long do I actually have to finish the event? Looks like there should still be at least a few days. So we are fine. I'll go ahead and claim the random rewards, and then I know I also have things expiring on the 30th. So what are some good cards to grab here? I'm figuring maybe something like Bell would be good, but they don't appear to be an option. Which is interesting. So anything that seems like it would actually be worth it as a prismatic. Do any of these cards see any use at all? I mean, Divine Punishment. I know Sanctuary in the Sky is currently a good deck. I'm not even sure if they're running it, but we'll go ahead and grab that. Just because. Other than that, I'm not sure there's really anything super interesting here. I mean, the one and only Playmaker. Protagonist of Revolution Falcon, I feel like is probably a card they actually run in the deck. So we'll go with that. And then I know Blade Blaster is also used. So this should be a pretty reasonable choice of prismatic cards. that actually have some use in the meta. And it is now past the start time. Let's go ahead and see what is going on in the duel room. But first, we're gonna have to log in and claim the daily bonus and our box chips, and some free gems. We will take those. I'm not sure if I care enough about Blockout Curtain to take it over the gems. But I will go ahead and grab the Long Shield Gardna, even though it is pretty bad. Just because it is actually a Rush Duel card. Let us head into the duel room. And it looks like the final number was 13. And somehow, a game has already finished. Yone quickly wiping the floor with somebody. Alright, and somebody is pretending to be me. That is not even what my name in the game is. Very funny. So we see what actually appears to be Buster Blader versus Worms. Jorfio was able to bring in Build Dragon, but without a field spell. They are unable to use the effect to revive a monster, making it worse than a Super King Rex. We see the Excavator going up to 2600. And that is a rather unimpressive start. In exchange for making every single monster in the deck a worm. One monster on the field manages to get 100 attack points. Without drawing into Peaks of Blisstopia. The worm deck just feels like it could be doing anything else as any other deck. Looks like I accidentally turned off the chat. So, let's make sure everything is properly set up now. Cesar Tavero is going to be able to turn that Worm Excavator into defense mode. And Piercing Samurai can get in for a clean 1600 Pierce. Or I suppose the Cesar Tavero can instead, as it is also a warrior. However, Jorfio at still a clean 6,000 life. This is not going to be enough. As for the graveyard, we'll set up the Buster Blader. So we are expecting a Tribute Summon, and then a Emblem, or a Witness of Dragon Destroyer to bring back the Buster Blader. Oh, and they concede. Definitely an odd game. Let's go ahead and see how Joe and Shoto are doing. And we have a Roa mirror match. Both players on non-archive skills. However, one of them could technically be playing aggro with that Hammer Crush deal. Alright, so we do see Joe is on aggro, but Shoto is running Hell Tuning Invasion. Definitely the less popular skill. Compared to Death Doom Requiem. but it might just be putting in some work here. It would destroy the Faith Bird and then let the Heavy Metal swing over the Dragius. But I feel like there was also something going wrong, where that Dragius should have been level 4 and destroyed by the Heavy Metal. Though, does it prevent the attack? Or is that only a direct attack? Yeah, you can't attack if you destroy the Dragius. So this does make sense, actually. We see an Echo going face down, but no reason not to activate it. Joe is probably going to be on negative attack instead of Widespread Movement anyway. But it is what it is. Also, I need to switch my category to Duel Links over on Twitch, so people are able to find us. Crystal version. Goodbye. And updated. Okay. We see ACS or Torero, putting that Heavy Metal into defense mode. And any boss monster is going to put in a ton of work here. But even without one, Joe swings in for 3,000. And then asking what is the best skill for the maximum for Asana. Probably the one we actually just saw that did approximately nothing. I don't even remember what it's called. But it's the one that gives you 100 attack and then piercing if you're low on cards in deck. Alright, and it is Shoto's move. Down to 3,000. But Joe is with a field of level 4 and lower monsters. Hell-tuning Invasion could lead to a board wipe here. All we need to see is an invasion come down with the skill. Arena is activated. Alright, so we see the Ciaturero raised to level 4, but more importantly, Shoto's monsters are now level 5, enabling whatever tribute summon comes out. But it is a Doom Metal instead. Out of nowhere again. The one monster that isn't able to actually use its effect. Things are looking a little bit rough for Shoto here. And the Kobold is not going to be able to clear out any of these monsters. So it may have been a misclick. Where it should have been in defense mode instead. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're able to sit behind the maximum, it's not that bad. And also it is relatively unlikely you draw the maximum early enough. I think you want to play it kind of like the way Maximum Ragnarok plays, where you try not to summon the maximum if you can help it. And then if you happen to randomly draw in the maximum, consider it a bonus, but not the primary game plan. You're mostly just trying to play normal Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess the other one is able to search out the field spell, which is nice. So that's probably the one I would try playing, but I don't think it is the one that is more popular or is considered better. Just due to the way other decks in the format happen to be working. Welcome, JD. We are doing pretty well. We've been doing the early game of a Pokemon Crystal playthrough, and now we're doing the point battle. After this, I'm gonna go try to be a little bit productive. But if I end up bored and with nothing else to do tonight, I might end up playing more Crystal. But we will see how it goes. I definitely have a lot on my plate that I could be working on. Alright, so we see the Hell Tuning Invasion once again. Presumably we are going to want to see that monster flipped into attack mode. Gazelle is now face up. And once again, Invasion could be game ending. Joe has just been unable to find a high-level monster. And Heavy Metal is pretty good as well. Destroying the Faith Bird in defense mode removes a defender and lets Heavy Metal swing in for 2,500. And combined with an extra 1,000 from Doom Metal, this is a lethal push. As long as Joe's face down card is not anything able to stop it. Let's see if Shoto is able to claim the victory. They just chose to destroy an attack position monster instead of the Faith Bird, losing out on 1,000 damage. Manicus, I'm not sure we are going to be seeing any plant players today. But, I mean, I would like to see some of the new decks being represented for sure. We did see a Buster Blader versus Asana earlier. Negative Attack is definitely the better legend card, just in general. It doesn't really matter what deck you are fighting against. Alright, and with Sword and Shield, Trigger Drago is able to swing over the 0 defense Heavy Metal for game. Unless Shoto's face down card is able to stop it. No pause. Trigger Drago connects. And after several turns of bricking, Joe is able to finish off the game. Let's go ahead and check out Yuma next. Alright, and we see a Gavin versus Roa. This is our third Roa, potentially finally someone playing Death Doom Requiem. But Yuma on Gavin is using an archive skill. So no Ice Arc believers in the room today. We see a volcanic rat coming out right away, and it made me think of Beetle, but instead we are seeing the Noodle Art reboot. Extra Spice burns for 1,000 and swings in with 2 trap cards to protect them. Shadowbuyer rising to level 5. But it doesn't seem good enough, as we need level 7s for this Doom Metal. Fury Blaze is going to pop a stop defense, and the Extra Spice gets to stay on the board thanks to Negate Attack. And Extra Spice is getting in for some extra damage. We see an Extra Spice, number 2, onto the board, but Yaon's own Negate Attack allows a Doom Metal to swing in for a clean 1 turn KO. Both copies of Extra Spice destroyed. 1,600 burn damage. And 3 direct attacks are more than enough to do it. Alright, and we see Asana set 4. Rumba goes in with a Cybertech Alligator, revealing they are going to be running, well, I was going to say Harpies, but then we see a Dragius come down and inflict 5,000 damage. Warrior Returning Alive brings Piercing Samurai back into the hand, using it as a tribute fodder for the Buster Blader. Buster Blader is able to clear over Dragias, and with a Dragon Monster in the grave, Buster Blader is at a clean 3,600. 7-Zone Mage is not enough, even when Flame Cerebros is boosted by Servant of Dawn. Buster Blader is still at 3,200, but a Talismanic Seal Array is going to be enough. However, Asana has 3 set cards. A negative attack, or even a buffered slime will keep them around for another turn. Notably, Talismanic Seal Array is also able to remove Dragias from the graveyard, causing Buster Blader to lose even more attack points. But Asana holds on with Negate Attack, and Buster Blader remains on the field, ready to topple either the Flame Cerebros or the Cybertech Alligator. Will they be able to bring in even more monsters? The skill is going to be able to debuff Cybertech Alligator and provide Buster Blader with 500 attack. And then both monsters will be weak enough for the Guide of the Fierce Knights to compete with. We see another back row and some set monsters. Element of Destruction, boosting Buster Blader. But is this going to be enough? If their hand is full of Guide of the Fierce Knights that they are not able to summon, things are looking rough. We see them pausing, trying to figure out whether or not to do anything else. Maybe they have a spell card they are hesitant to activate here. And we do see a card revitalization. Discarding a lot. But why a Flame Cerebros? Oh, from the opponent's hand. Okay. This makes a little bit more sense. Able to clear out the Flame Cerebros and deal a pretty significant chunk of damage. Leaving the Cybertech Alligator on the board makes sense, as it is not able to be boosted by Servant of Dawn, forcing Soji to have an out. However, they did draw the Silver Wolf, alongside Gazelle, to debuff the Buster Blader down to 2,400. And Cybertech Alligator is now able to clear. However, there are still 2 trap cards, hidden face down. Buffered Slime might be necessary to survive the turn, and they lose a Shining Shaman in the process. Definitely a bit of an odd Buster Blader deck, running a Spellcaster Engine. But so far, it has been working out. We see Element of Destruction one more time, debuffing the Cybertech Alligator and turning it into a Dragon type once more. But I don't think they are aiming for that Cybertech Alligator. By summoning Buster Blader, they will be able to swing into the Silver Wolf for a potential lethal blow, as long as the set card is not able to stop them. But we have seen no traps from Soji's side yet. With 3 spells in the graveyard, the odds of a negate attack or a Buffered Slime being the set card rise considerably. But Buster Blader connects with no resistance, ending the game with a win for the Warriors. Let's go ahead and take a look at the room currently. So I'm going to assume Paco is the name impersonator, especially given the icon they are using. we'll go ahead and spectate Paco versus Fire. And see what they have cooking today. And Asana, or Redfire on Asana, opening 2 copies of the Mystic Dealer. Notably, it is a little bit worse than the other variants, as it only has 200 attack points instead of 1,000. And Paco on Vulcan. Mid versus mid. Which of these sub-standard decks are going to take home the victory? Maximum Excavator providing a huge 100 attack point boost. And it clears out the 1900 Vulcan piece before the 1500 tries to finish off the Defender. But not before a Combustion Crisis deals 600 damage. A huge mistake, as Paco is erroneously assuming players are going to be bringing good decks into the point battle room. There are going to be no machine players. We are going to be fighting all of the Copium brands. Combustion Crisis needs to be removed from this deck immediately. However, I think Paco would probably try to justify it by saying that the Vulcan is a burn deck. And the extra 600 can come up anyway. I do think, realistically, any other trap card with a relevant effect would be better, though. And we see a Siesta Torero. Which would be able to out one of these monsters by switching them to defense. However, the Vast Vulcan piece only goes up to 2500 and isn't even able to clear the Build Dragon if it is not switched to defense mode. Because, once again, the skill is terrible. Alright, we see Paco go for the crash, leaving a lone Siesta Torero on board, alongside one back row. Unless that is exactly a negate attack. I think things could be going downhill very fast. Even something like a Recital, which can protect the Torero from one battle, is not that great. But it does not matter, as Red Fire has drawn event exclusive card, Primal Howling, to remove the back row entirely, and summoning out 2 copies of Big Roller. Maximum Excavator providing that extra 100 attack, and getting in for 2,700 damage. Nathan, I think the reason the Vast Vulcan is limited 3 is because Konami does not want us to build a deck that includes multiple different maximum monsters. Yeah, basically, I think every single maximum is going to be limit 3 to prevent us from running a deck with 18 maximum pieces in it, even though it is completely unnecessary. I do not think a double max deck would be destroying the meta, and it would actually be a pretty fun casual deck to get some variety with. We see 2 copies of Big Roller immediately attributed for the Bill Dragon. Do they have access to a Blistopia to revive the Big Roller? Or do they simply have no low-level monsters? Red Fire has bricked entirely. All they were able to do was bring in a lone Bill Dragon, and they are left with 3 cards in hand. Paco might just be able to get a victory by taking advantage of this situation. Even if Red Fire draws 2 low-level monsters on the next turn, they aren't going to be able to use their hand very effectively. And there is now a Vast Vulcan on the board, immune to Widespread Ruin, able to inflict a ton of burn damage. And destroying the negative attack with Hyperdrive. Vulcan is going very hard here. Not quite enough to end the game, but with Red Fire's hand, the only way to turn this around would be a summon of the Excavator. But if they already had all 3 pieces, wouldn't they have done it? We see a Peaks of Blistopia and 1 back row. And that 1 back row is a Hammer Crush that is immediately activated. And there goes the head of the Maximum. We are pretty sure the other cards are also not very usable, given the situation last turn. Red Fire, unfortunately, loses this game to a brick. Vulcan swings in and ends the game. Congratulations to Paco for getting a victory. Let's go ahead and watch another game. And we are on turn 4, as we have caught up to what appears to be a relatively defensive game, despite all the cards in Nail's graveyard. From Beyond Curiosity, there has been no damage inflicted, and they are digging for that Yggdrago. Alright, Royal Opus Phaser tagging out for another high-level monster, but with 2 defense mode monsters on the board, a copy of Invasion or Heavy Metal, or even Doom Metal, makes no progress. We see 2 copies of Genie's Fire Breath, returning back row into the hand, so the board can be safely cleared. And so that Cryogene does not draw a bunch of cards on the next turn. But with 6 cards in hand, are they going to be able to find Yggdrago? We've only seen a single copy of the right side, so they have a decent chance of already having a few pieces in hand. Though we do know 2 of the 6 cards are the back row that are being immediately set back face down. Leaving them with only 4 cards to work with. And seeing Beyond Curiosity has made me want to try it out as well. Though with the new Limit 2 on Attitude Hydron, I think the deck does lose a fair bit of power. I think we'll finish this game, and then we'll probably queue in for a little bit of point battle shenanigans ourselves. Well, actually, maybe not. I don't want to influence the results if I'm not seriously trying to compete, is the issue. Alright, so we see the heavy metal. Clear out the Drago piece. And then a direct attack is blocked by the guard. Are they going to return the Drago pieces into the deck, or go for some of their draw cards? We do see a couple of Pikatrons chosen for their ability to thin the deck. Cryogene, turn 7, still on 19 cards. But here is a Chaos Femtron, milling a copy of Yggdrago's left side. Nathan, that is a great question. I think all of the new decks have very underwhelming skills for one reason or another. I guess they just didn't want to impact the meta that much. Alright, so we see another Peacock Picotron. And we have gone from 20 cards in deck down to 8. And with this, Yggdrago is entering the board. However, there are only a few effect activations available to Cryogene. Thankfully though, Talismanic Seal Array is going to put some of those monsters back into the deck, giving them another turn to work with. Heavy Metal reduced to 900. And then more back row. Will Cryogene be able to successfully get rid of all of Yao's life points before decking out? We still have not seen negate attack from Yao's side. So with enough stalling, they might just be able to do it. 3 cards drawn, and then 6 cards milled to change 2 monsters to attack mode would be enough. But even better, they actually just summon out a Doom Metal and use it to destroy Yggdrago entirely. Monster Reincarnation could lead to a pretty big push. We already have 2500 damage on board, so another 2500 monster would be enough. We see another set card, and show me the Tribute Summon. This is exact lethal. But we also have not seen negate attack from Cryogene's side either. They have something. What are they going to flip? It is indeed negate attack. But how are they going to deal 3,000 damage? If they maximum summon Yggdrago, that's 3 cards. And then they'll need to spend another 3 cards to flip up the defense position monster. But if it has over 1,000 attack points, it's not going to be enough for Yggdrago to end the game with. Unless they also have a Talismanic Seal Array. I think that is what they're going to need to finish the game. But we've already seen all 3 Seal Arrays hit the graveyard. So they simply choose to swing in for 1500 instead, maintaining the cards for a future turn. All 3 Doom Metals are accounted for, and so is Monster Reincarnation. Yaon should not be able to summon a Doom Metal to out this Yggdrago. They're going to need a card like Talismanic Seal Array if they want to get through this naturally. No Tribute to the Doomed. No Monster Reincarnation. And Heavy Metal also won't save them. They set another card. But now what? They have a back row. Why is this Heavy Metal in attack mode? And with that, a Drago actually loses some attack points. There are only 3 cards left in Cryogene's deck. And a Drago is not strong enough to win the game by swinging into this heavy metal if they don't have a good card in their hand. They're going to need to spend the rest of their deck just to flip up the opposing monster. But then, if that face down card is able to stop the attack, it is game over. They are going to need a particle acceleration to guarantee the win here. A Drago's effect activates and switches Kobold Kobold to attack mode. They swing in. But there is a pause. And Yaon uses negative attack to finish it. The lack of a particle ends the game. Let's go ahead and give Paco another view. See how Vulcan is performing today. Alright, so we see Joe still on the Hammer Crush deal. Dragius is coming in against a field of low-level monsters. But Paco activates the negate attack to stall out. Unfortunately, they draw no new boss monsters. And a Combustion Crisis gets destroyed, allowing Dragius to clear in for 2,500 with no resistance. A Torero enters the board. And what are they going to set? Dragius into defense mode, and then Vast Vulcan, and a left side. Both these pieces get buffed up to a reasonable attack stat, and they pass it back over to Joe. But Shield and Sword is going to reduce the maximum to 1,000 attack points each. Battle Dragon flips, and it destroys Vast Vulcan. And Buffered Slime saving Paco here. And then all 3 maximum pieces hard drawn off the top. Vulcan burns for 700. And then gets 2,200 more in by clearing the Battle Dragon. Joe sets 2 monsters face down. But Vulcan is going to be able to burn for 1,000 damage. Regardless of how defensive they get. Another Dragius into the graveyard. And Joe is running out of time. And the cards in deck. If this Vast Vulcan is not cleared, we are probably going to see a win via burn damage. Hammer Crush destroys a Combustion Crisis. And a Light Sorcerer's Sanctity is going in to weaken the Vulcan. With a 600 debuff, it is at 2,700. Dragius still not quite strong enough to clear. But a Trigger Drago going up to 2,800 is for 100 damage. Will this Vulcan be destroyed? The answer is no. Recital flips up. And with the burn damage, Paco is guaranteed to win on the next turn. We're gonna go ahead and spectate here. But I do need to go grab some more water. So we'll be right back. I'll go ahead and leave this up for all of you. While I am AFK. we are back. And it looks like I have been missing out on a great game of Harpies versus Buster Blader. But it looks like Shoto is actually in a bit of a bind here, throwing their own monsters into the Buster Blader as they are unable to otherwise win. I think we've seen everybody play at least once, but if I remember, Giorfio is on Asana. So I do want to see some actual Worm gameplay. Also, it's very notable, nobody here is running Maximum Ragnarok. Nobody here is running Ultimate Bond. And I think there's only a single player in this point battle room that is currently using not Hell Tuning Invasion, Death Doom Requiem. I want to make it very clear that I do not think this is currently representative of the meta. I think people do take the point battles a little more casually, and people want to try out the new cards from the box. Oh, and welcome, Harrier. How are you doing today? And then to respond to Paco. I mean, obviously, you are the only one that is going to be running Vulcan in this room. And also, if you're trying to copy my name, in Duel Links, I actually put the, YouTube at the end instead of the GG, which is in the Twitch name. But also, it's very obviously not me because I am the one spectating the battle. We are doing pretty well, Harrier. Though it has been a little bit rough trying to maintain proper interest in Rush. Obviously, it kind of sucked not to make top 2 in the big tournament. And then the ban list didn't really do anything to change the meta. And the box, I don't think, has done anything either. All those skills are just really weirdly designed. But on the plus side, I've been enjoying playing some Pokémon and getting to explore the other games on my backlog. Finally, after, 10 years, played a little bit of Slay the Spire and some other roguelikes that have been sitting on the shelf. So, we are going to continue doing the point battles because I like Duel Links and I like Rush. But I'm probably not going to be grinding super hard. I'll hit King of Games, etc. But it feels like there just isn't that much to talk about. The normal series of deck profile videos feel almost pointless if it goes, alright everybody, today we're discussing Maximum Excavator. This skill allows you to gain 100 attack points. And that is all it does. For the vast majority of the game. It just is not interesting. Yeah, so I have done 2 runs of Slay the Spire so far. On the initial one, I made it to the end of Act 2, but died to the boss. And then in the second one, I made it to, I want to say I beat the Act 3 boss. And there was some kind of like heart thing, I dealt damage to. And it implied my character had been there before. So I'm assuming I have to do something to unlock a secret Act 4. I know there are other characters, for example. But as far as I can tell, I beat the game, but I did not actually beat the game. Like there must be a hard mode or some other type of thing going on that I didn't unlock yet. Yeah, I am also expecting the Super Mini in July, but at that point, I'm still disappointed because I had to spend so much gems and spend the time grinding back up to the 7,500 or whatever it costs to open the Super Mini. But we definitely have to be getting something. They buffed Disco Fever to work with any non-water, non-light monster. But every single Aqua in the game is light or water. So there has to be a card incoming that will actually make a difference here. Alright, so we see Giorfio manage to get out the Worm Excavator. And they destroy the field spell in order to draw cards. And then they summon another, or they play down another copy of the field spell. And with only 9 cards left in deck, Worm Excavator now has Piercing. But just barely. Missing out on enough to get a KO. Yaon gets a shot to recover here and out the maximum. Yeah, I am hoping Aqua is going to get the support it needs to be a tiered deck again. It is surprisingly competent, and we can't forget Triple Threat Thunder is a card that exists. I think they've really been lacking from a good second boss monster. As Disco Fever is still the kind of deck running Dianketo, Torna, and then you're stuck with like a vanilla 2500 if you want another boss. Alright, and Yaon does not draw an out to the maximum, ending themselves by swinging in with the Essel. Giorfio takes a win for the Excavator gang. And now we are over halfway through the point battle room. And the top 2 decks are actually Paco on Vulcan and Giorfio on Excavator, which is very true and representative of the current meta. Definitely. I think let's go ahead and watch another game of Vulcan. Beyond Curiosity is doing what they do best. Drawing 10 billion cards and summoning a turn 1 Yggdrago, the Sky Emperor. They get in for 3,000 damage. 2 copies of Karatake inflicts minimal damage. And Vast Vulcan goes up to 2,500. Obviously not enough to clear out Yggdrago on its own, but with 2 back row, they should be able to survive another turn. Paco flips negate attack. And as the turns pass, Yggdrago becomes weaker and weaker. One more turn, and Paco will actually be able to clear it completely normally. We see Hyper Engine activate, but they do not choose to stack the maximum monster. Are all 3 cards in hand the other side of the monster? Yggdrago is sent to the graveyard for Yggdrago number 2. And with that, Paco has been defeated by the Beyond Curiosity. We're gonna queue into another game. And it looks like there is an Asana player here. However, if I remember correctly, Red Fire is actually on Buster Blader. But it could be one of the other ones on the archive skill, and players are, of course, able to switch decks. Soji should be on aggro, and Red Fire is on plants. I actually have not seen anybody running Shadow Flower Blizzard up until now, but we see one of my major issues with the skill. Entranze is on the board, but the skill does not set it up for you for no reason. it does not send an Etronze to the graveyard. Neoplandish at 3200 is nice. But we see the Shadowflower Blizzard doing minimal work. Phoenix Dragon going to revive a Sky Dragon, as Soji is on Servant of Dawn. 7-Zone Mage debuffing. But they are going to need another boss monster if they want to clear out this board. Just an awkward hand. Nature's Invasion destroying the buffered slime, allowing Red Fire to get in for a pretty significant amount of damage. Alright, we see another copy of Sky Dragon, as well as the third item to clear out this board. But Red Fire still maintains a lead in the life points, 4,300 to 34. They draw Gekka, the advantage generator, and then tribute off for an Etronze. And they should now actually have 2 copies of it on the board. However, it is not enough, as it is going to be immediately sent back to the bottom of the deck with 2 cards face down. They're going to need something like a Recital to properly protect them. Here comes a Dragias, offering significant damage, but they found no other monsters to summon with it. Even a basic 1500 attacker would have been enough to end the game. Bean Soldier back to hand with another copy of Gekka, and Nature's Invasion removes the Widespread Ruin. Torero is going to set this Dragias, so show me a tribute summon of Etronze, and that is actually game. All they need to do is summon one out, bring in another copy, and then swing in for 2300 direct. But instead, they summon out a Neoplandish. So they're going to need 2 low-level monsters, 1400, only 500 more damage is needed. And another Bean Soldier finishes the game for Red Fire's favor. Plants taking a victory. Let's go ahead and follow G Orfeo for a little bit more, as they were in first place and also took a win when I think we last spectated them. So we want to see if they are able to maintain their lead and establish an even bigger one. Sorry for the delayed response. Zid, this is going on for another half hour. It technically actually should have been ending at 2 minutes from now, but I didn't realize, or I didn't get back into the room in time to shorten it. We're only supposed to be at 90 minutes if we actually hit a 16-player cap, and we only had 13 players today, unfortunately. Our attendance numbers have definitely gone down a little bit. I think people are burnt out in general from the World Championship qualifiers and the lack of an exciting box. You would think this would be the ultimate time for super high numbers, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know if the same is true for Quantum and Grand's events. Grand Harrier is in the chat, so actually I am curious. How has the box release tournaments been going on your end? Have you seen an attendance uptick? It's entirely possible maybe we just aren't advertising the point battles as much as we used to. I know Klaus has been sick and otherwise pretty busy. And I mean, last week I wasn't even able to stream it. So that also hurts the attendance a little bit, as some people wait to join until they see the stream is live. That one was my bad. Skyhawk, I'd say the duels have been pretty good. There have been a couple of silly brick type games. But we've gotten to see a lot of the new decks in action. Players are a little bit more interested in trying out the new cards than they are in playing the top meta decks, at least in these types of events, as there's no real prizing to be won. Let's go ahead, and I don't think we've seen either of these players play in a little bit, unless that was the one Georfio was just facing. But in either case, let's go ahead and see what Gavin and Asana are up to. Welcome, Tomato. I could definitely go for some baked beans on toast myself right now. So we see Noodles versus Buster Blader. I have to imagine the Noodle deck is still the stronger one. But after their entire board gets cleared by 2 Swift Guy the Fierce Knight, things could be looking bad for the Noodle player. Buster Blader is coming out, and Piercing Samurai is going to offer 2,600 guaranteed damage into that 0 defense Kanon face up, unless Yuma has a trap card, able to turn the tides. However, Buster Blader is a level 7 deck, and that means Combustion Crisis is at its full power here. I actually disagree with Ian. The Noodle deck has taken a significant hit. Obviously losing Call the Earthbound and King's Majesty is a shame. But if you are fighting a machine player, your Combustion Crises are just as strong as ever. If you're fighting the Cyber stack, they are forced to replace an attribute with another level 7. So there's actually some chance you will actually have a live crisis at some point. If you're playing on the ladder, you're probably going to see a lot of players on a deck like Buster Blader, like we see here, where you are getting value out of it. And I think the Noodles have a very good Royal Bubble matchup. Noodle decks are not running the Aqua Engine. They have not been running the Aqua Engine for a while now. Some decks are running Currybot to have another card that worked with the Kobold when they were running Goat, and they might still run Currybot again because of the nerf to the add back. I think the Aqua Engine is a lot better in the deck now because we aren't getting the free +1s for sure. But I would not say it was a popular choice in the pre-nerf environment. Especially in the YCQ, players were replacing what would be the Aqua Engine with just Dream Drummers to shuffle cards away from and gain some extra life. Alright, we see a card revitalization. Yuma gets another chance to pop a big Combustion Crisis here. But I am still doubting it, given they didn't do it last turn. Buffered Slime is able to keep Yuma alive, but they do still lose their entire board. Again, we've seen very, very few trap cards coming out from a Yuma, and they are notably even running multiple copies of Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. I think this might be a more aggressive variant that is not really getting everything it needs to get going. A copy of Roastery could turn this game around though. Yuma is at 5 cards in deck, and they've only summoned 1 extra spice, so there must be something going on. We see a Phantom Bind, but it is not enough, and Piercing Samurai's effect lets Buster Blader take the game. So it looks like Cryogene has managed to take the lead. And they are running, I believe they are the Beyond Curiosity player. And it is confirmed. Tomato, Paco is playing Vulcan, as we just discussed. Alright, so Cryogene goes for a triple back row turn 1 and has milled 11 cards from the deck. Stop Defense allows for an extra push, but a Recital does prevent some of the damage. Oh, but they are completely bricked here. Heavy Metal coming in, but the Guard going to let some of these cards go back in the deck. All of the Peacocks can help them draw even more. We see a Monster Reincarnation for an Yggdrago piece. Is it time for the summon? With 2 copies of the Guard and several Yggdrago pieces in hand, they chose not to summon anything, and are now working on clearing through these Rebel-themed boards. But Royal Rebel's Doom Metal is not going to make this easy. 2 boss monsters onto the board, chipping it off for a Doom Metal is going to immediately clear out the Yggdrago. And then they can get in for a potential lethal push, but it is blocked by a 3rd copy of the Guard. Will Cryogene be able to draw another Yggdrago? It doesn't appear to be the case. Shadowfire increased to level 5 and then shipped it off for a Doom Metal, so mostly being used to recycle that Heavy Metal. 1100 damage from the Chaos Femtron. Cryogene draws, but is staring down 2 2500 attack point monsters and 2 back row. Septron may not be enough, though Cryogene is all the way down to 8 cards in deck, or 10 after the effect resolves. Yggdrago onto the board, but that is only 1500 damage. This isn't even enough if we give them 2 turns. We see 1 Doom Metal get destroyed, and then a Talisman Accelerate. Could this be enough? With a 1600 debuff, Doom Metal is going to be at 900 attack. Then, with 4000 attack, it will inflict 3100 damage, which is exactly equal to Yaon's remaining life. But negate attack is flipped face up. Not good enough to end the game. Death Doom Requiem activating once more. How many Doom Metals are in the graveyard? The answer is 1. Has Yaon found the final copy of Doom Metal? To finish this out, we see a Tribute Summon, and that is 1000 burn. Cryogene had managed to take the lead in this point battle, but has lost to the Royal Rebels. And with this, Joe is now in first place, with Giorfio trailing close behind. Whichever one of them manages to win their next game is going to be in the lead. And it is even more intense, as Giorfio and Joe are challenging each other. The winner will have a comfortable first place lead. The other will continue to slide down, now over 2,000 points away from catching up. Shoto, definitely don't feel bad. Some of the players in this room are the best in their countries. The people who sign up for the point battles are the ones who are largely the most involved in the scene. The players are very good and know what they're doing. Sometimes they aren't bringing, the #1 deck in the game, but they are still very competent, and one of these players on a mid-tier deck is much scarier than a random King Games opponent running a better deck. Despite what a lot of people will try to tell you, player skill does come up in this format. There is a very noticeable difference between a random ladder opponent and someone like Paco. And then Skyhawk says, got OTK'd and ranked. Yeah, it can definitely happen. I feel like it actually used to happen more often when players were obviously on those Dragius decks and were able to just get in for crazy amounts of damage if you open poorly. Nowadays, with negate attack, and a deck like Maximum Ragnarok isn't really going to OTK you, even with their best opening hand. A machine deck, I guess, could get close with a Double Mirror Innovator. But even then, they still need to be pretty lucky. But it does still happen every now and then. Like this was a swift turn 4 victory. Something like Twin Edge Dragon represents 3,000 damage on its own. A couple of those against an empty board is game. And that means Joe should be in a pretty dominant lead here. 6,000 points. Even if Cryogene manages to win the next game, they're going to need to do a little bit more than that. But they are in second, and we cannot count them out yet. Yggdrago has been doing quite a lot. And they are opening up with a pretty defensive turn 1. All 3 Femtron in the grave, but no deep drawing. I'm going to assume they have one Yggdrago piece ready to go, and are otherwise kind of just chilling out. We see a Chaos Femtron, and they actually didn't use the effect to avoid taking damage against the rebels. We see the Chaos Femtron added back with Monster Reincarnation. And now we know they have the left piece in hand. We see a Talismanic Steel Array, and Cryogene still has 5 cards. But they do not find the maximum. I thought with the Talismanic Steel Array, they were going to get in for some big damage. We see an odd play where they let them destroy the Yggdrago piece. Oh, but this is because it enables Attron. Having an empty board is actually a better position for Cryogene in some situations. Though, with something like the Peacock Picotron, keeping the extra monster would have been nice. Chaos Femtron activating the effect, but fails to find any maximum pieces. It always stings when all you find are those 100 defense point monsters. And Amanicus makes a good point. The start time of the tournaments can be rough. Obviously, something like Grand Harry's events are on the weekend, making it a little bit more palatable for people in Europe or otherwise other countries other than the American time zones. We see a Genius Fire Breath returning a card to hand, and we know Negative Attack is already down. Cryogene could be in some trouble here. Shadowbuyer, level 5, enabling an invasion to destroy the Chaos Femtron. However, this could actually be a bit of a mistake. We know Cryogene is running copies of the Guard. And I was gonna say, if they only had the 2 monsters, basically they wouldn't be able to get in for any damage if they swung into a defense boosted monster and then the Guard activated. However, as we can see here, they have the Kobold, so it ends up being okay. The Guard ends up getting used, but they still take 2,300 from the extra attack. A couple of Chaos Femtron back into the deck, but Cryogene is only going to be able to draw a single card for this turn. Finding the Drago sounds like it could have been a difficult task, but they do it. A Drago coming in and probably going to go for the 3,000 damage offered by the Kobold. Though there are definitely reasons to attack the invasion instead. Overall though, I think you definitely need to get aggressive. And kind of just hope they whiff on the Doom Metal for a couple of turns. But unfortunately, the attack choice does not matter, as Negate Attack is going to turn this Yggdrago into a harmless duck. Phaser is swapping out for another high-level monster. And we've only seen a single Doom Metal, so it is entirely likely Yaon is going to be able to find one here, and they do. 1,000 burn, and lethal on board. Genie's Fire Breath seals the deal, and Cryogene goes from a clean first place to a couple of bad games, turning it all around. There are only 15 minutes left in the room, but Joe is now down at 5,200. It looks like they continue to queue and could be getting punished for it if Joe manages to lose the next game. They are no longer in first. 6,000 points was probably safe enough to stop queuing. If there was a prize, it would have been a good idea. However, obviously in these casual events, we are here to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I do not fault Joe for choosing to play more games. That being said, I do need to go, to the bathroom, so we will be right back. And I will leave this game on for you all while I am AFK. See you all in a minute. Sorry for the delay. I hope that was a good match and didn't end too quickly. But we have 7 minutes left to go. And that's probably going to be enough to spectate 2 more games. But maybe just one if these ones are fighting quite hard. Alright, we see a Picklon. I'm meant to draw an extra card. And a second copy plus the piece of Blistopia. Maximum Excavator activating the effect. And now, we are actually in a pretty good position. Even more Picklons are going. Another peak of peaks of Blistopia to thin the hand. But I was very much expecting to see another tribute monster. The Picklon is kind of just sitting here, a little bit defenseless. And Redfire is on Magician Shuffle. A deck very well known for being able to bring out a huge board of 2,500 monsters. But instead, we see the Shield Boring Kong, destroying the defense position boss monster before swinging in for a ton of damage over the Picklon. Constructor Worm Bill Dragon coming out again and reviving a Pylon. The third piece of Blistopia activating and adding a Drillzard back to hand. And then here comes the head maximum piece, allowing them to clear the board and have a board of 2,900 monsters. Tribute to the Doomed is going to remove one, but without a card like Mirror Innovator, they are going to struggle to clear out the others. Mirror Innovator comes down, and Talismanic Seal Array is the debuff they needed. Even with Mirror Innovator, a lone Bicorn only puts the Mirror Innovator at 2,700, which would not have been enough to clear out the monster thanks to Peaks of Blistopia. But unfortunately for Redfire, it is not enough. We see Maximum Excavator boosting up their Worm Excavator. Magician Shuffle activating once more. As while Mirror Innovator is destroyed, it was not enough to deplete Redfire's life points completely. But how are they going to clear out a 4,400 monster with under 10 cards in deck? Maximum Excavator provides piercing, and Redfire goes down. That Tribute to the Doomed was needed, but they couldn't have just not used it either. Definitely a tough situation to be in. Joe and Paco are in contention for first place, and maybe Giorfio as well, if they're able to queue into exactly Joe, who is playing. Joe has decided to stop, thinking they might be safe, but Paco, on a win streak, potentially able to come back. We can see it is a nail mirror match. Have they given up on the vast Vulcan, realizing the vast mistake of a deck choice it is? Paco has 3 minutes to win this game, or the VCR will go off and trap their grandfather's soul into the Duel Links cycle. Reset Runner and Chaos Temptron offer a pretty good start. However, Chaos Temptron mills both Widespread Ruin and Buffered Slime, removing basically every single defensive option available to the player. We see a Maximum Ragnarok, presumably going to be providing a debuff on these Reset Runners. But how many boss monsters did they actually manage to draw? Paco, with 2 boss monsters, does not need to debuff the Chaos Temptron. But there are now only 2 minutes remaining. A Drago and Bell's Tactical Mani onto the board. Bell's Tactical Mani is able to debuff Chaos Temptron by 900. And this is going to result in 1800 damage. But with 2 defense position monsters on the board, and Cryogene playing a very defensive build of Beyond Curiosity, there is essentially no way Paco will be able to finish the game in time. Unless Cryogene disconnects or surrenders. They have held Paco hostage here. Every effect activation adds another second to the duel, removing precious moments required for Paco to claim victory. We see another Peacock Picotron, and we have fewer than 1 minute remaining. Attron draws a card, and Yggdrago comes onto the field. Forget about the timer. Paco would also need to win the game. And with an Yggdrago on board, backed up by 2 face downs, will they even have the out? Chaos Entron onto the board. Particle Acceleration destroying the back row. And Chaos Entron adds Bellseptical Mani to hand. Bellseptical Mani does offer an out to Yggdrago. 800 debuff plus the 23 is a crash. And then they might be able to finish things off otherwise. But they don't choose to debuff the Yggdrago. Do they have another Bellseptical Mani in hand, offering a double 900 debuff to get over this monster? They do. But the time has run out, Paco Boy. Declare all of the attacks you want, and it will make no difference. The results are set in stone. And you can say goodbye to your grandfather's soul. Lethal is on board. And the face down is not activated. But it is all for naught. This event is over. Let us view the final results. Paco in second place. A mere 45 seconds away from victory. If only the Summon Skull was summoned a little bit faster. But that is going to do it. I need to make a post in the event channel. And then I do actually need to ask, who is Joe? I figure you all may have been waiting for me to say that all day. But I need to know who they are so I can actually get the deck list. I mean, I will try. Oh, okay. There is a Joe online in the server. So I will just ping them and assume this is correct. And that is it for the point battle. I could do a little bit more Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I could go back to playing some Pokemon. We had just finished out the road to National Park. And then we were gonna battle the trainers in there before fighting Whitney. But I guess it is up to all of you if you want to see more Pokemon or not. Let me see how I can make a poll. New poll. Paco, obviously if you were trying to win the event, you should have been playing Cybers. I assumed you were just, messing around. But it is no surprise. Oh, I'm currently playing through Pokemon Crystal Skyhawk. So, base Gen 2, no ROM hack or anything. Basically, I wanted to do a video talking about the level curve because I didn't care too much about it. Or I personally don't think it's as bad as people are saying, but I wanted to play the game, finish the game before making that, so I had a more recent reference point. Manicus, that is actually a pretty good point. We had stopped doing it for a little bit, because I was preparing for the, YCQ, and then, obviously the last couple weeks, we either didn't have a point battle to segue into the collabs, and then I missed last week just entirely because I was too exhausted. I don't even remember what set we were on. I mean, if Tomato is here and around and has a deck built for that and wants to do it, we might be able to do one more episode. Oh, and Poggo's saying we have to wait until the new ban list. Yeah, that was also part of it. Was like, the ban list got announced, a new box got announced. If we were playing specific decks, it would have been, it's like, okay, what do we actually want to build in here? Because I think at the time, when we were initially planning it, Asana's worms weren't out yet, but we were like in an Asana pack. So then we were like, okay, should we wait until Asana comes out? And then obviously Duel Links itself has been kind of not a huge point of interest lately. So it just hasn't happened. I might take a break from that series to focus on other things. It also didn't really end up performing very well compared to the other types of videos I was making. It looks like it was a 0-1 vote against playing Pokemon. So I guess we will just finish up the AI duels here. Maybe do a little bit of ranked. The 3 daily ranked games. And then call it a day from there. Or at least reassess afterwards. SG asked if I've tried the plants yet. And the answer is no. I do still have 30 packs left in the box, and obviously you can see I have, the 1500 gems if I wanted to pull them, but I'm just really not that interested in playing the new decks. None of them really appeal to me all that much. I mean, I built Buster Blader just because it was the first one I actually pulled everything for. So I guess we will do a couple of Buster Blader games on ladder before reassessing. I've also been thinking I might want to take out the Hammer Crush from this deck for some more Talismanic Seal Rays or other back row removal. But then the question is, what non-warriors do I run to enable the back row? Due to the way the deck works, we really don't need anything like Seahorse Carrier. There aren't that many boss monsters, and half of them are able to summon themselves for free. Yeah, I could run the Sports Dragons, I guess. But I'm not really convinced it does anything. I mean, I've bricked once or twice with the deck, but that is just something that happens with everything. Like, in this situation, Swift Gaia is doing nothing. We probably want more spells and traps, if anything. You can see I'm already running quite a few. But I do have a plan here. Twin Edge Dragon, Piercing Samurai, setting this, and then I activate Twin Edge Dragon's effect to clear out the Siesta Torero, allowing me to summon Gaia with no tribute. Then Piercing Samurai is able to buff this with Piercing, and we swing in. I'm not really convinced that the Twin Edge Dragon is going to be able to clear anything here, but we try our best. And it looks like our opponent is on Harpy. Alright, and they are going to immediately, to the doomed, our Gaia away. Unfortunately, our other card is a Talismanic Seal Ray instead of something like a trap card to protect us. So, we are probably taking a lot of damage here. Also, it is worth noting, unless they summon out a, pet dragon, we actually aren't able to use our skill, as all of the Harpy bosses are below 2300, which is another major issue of this deck. We aren't actually able to send the Buster Blader to the graveyard because we can't activate the skill. So finding it becomes a challenge. And the deck is kind of just bad. Same thing applies against Seven's Axel Road and a few other decks as well. So we can't Hammer Crush. Because they have no back row. But we can't summon anything because we're not able to empty our hand either. Very cool. Grab Siesta. Summon. Set. Set. And I could use the Talismanic here, but I think I'm going to use the Siesta Torero instead. Return a few cards into the deck, set the Sisters, and just swing over this, using the Buffered Slime to survive until the next turn. And then we tried to do something from there. Harpies are a deck that are traditionally lacking any form of good back removal. Especially with the hit to Ghost Cyclone, and the fact that they have 2 monsters already on their board. Maybe we'll be able to make a big push next turn. Alright, Harpy's Pet Dragon coming out is actually quite interesting, as it kind of means we are able to do more with our deck, assuming we're able to draw into one of the advantage generators. We definitely need to use our slime here to survive. Oh, but we mill a witness, the one card we were trying to draw next turn. But we managed to draw another one anyway, which is interesting. Let's activate Emblem of Destruction. And we would like to apply the additional effect. We definitely need to get Buster Blader into the grave. Then we witness, added its effect, add this, normal summon, then mill, Hammer Crush, pop a card, normal summon the Buster Blader, and then we can summon Gaia, as we'll have no other cards in our hand. Then finally Talismanic Seal Array is going to return 4 monsters into the deck. But then I high suspect we are going to be hitting a trap card that kind of ruins everything for us anyway. But we will give it a shot. Buster Blader swings in, and we lost the 50-50. They do indeed have a trap card face down, but it is only a buffered slime. So maybe it isn't the end of the world. Thanks to the Harpy's Pet Dragon sticking in the graveyard, Buster Blader is perpetually a 3100 now, making it just that much more difficult to answer. Ability Sisters coming out, but that is only 2600. They are going to need another boss in order to properly clear the board. Though it looks like they might just be going for the couple hundred damage they get by clearing the Swift Gaia. We do still have some Hammer Crush left in the deck, so we are likely to try to draw into that so we can try to remove Negate Attack. Alright, we do draw one. And I think we can ditch the Mage. And we'll hit this one, and it is just a counter Pigeons. Nothing too interesting. So if we summon this, we contribute, then bring it back, but that's just doing a bunch of needless steps. Okay. So we'll set these and bring in the Gaia as well. Another battle phase, swing in, and we actually managed to get a clear. $2,100 to 17. It looks like neither of their face down cards are the Negate Attack, but that does mean they could be the Talismanic Seal Arrays that are needed to debuff us far enough to win. Harpy Lady Sisters is able to go up to 3,100 on its own, helping them clear out the Buster Blader. Or with a Talismanic Seal Ray, get in for a ton of damage over the Gaia. But it looks like they do not do it. We are surviving with 1300. But we do not draw into the much desired Hammer Crush number 3. But we do get Negate Attack, which is definitely something. We are low enough of cards in deck that I want to keep this in hand, especially since they have weird piercing effects. Proceed to battle, and we will try to swing in. Even if we lose 700, a Counter Pigeons would not be enough to stop this attack. But Widespread Ruin definitely would be. And if that is the case, I am inclined to swing into this one instead. Get in for just a little bit of damage. And we'll see what they do this turn. I didn't want to risk something like a Counter Pigeons, but unfortunately they have a Hammer Crush. So they remove the Negate Attack, and that is going to be game. All I need is any low level. And I can't imagine they've gone through all of them. Maybe I should have swung into the Harpy Lady Sisters instead. But we are actually still alive somehow. The issue being there aren't enough cards left in the deck. And they aren't going to be the ones to deck out first. So we kind of need to use Witness, activate the effect, add the Buster Blader, activate the Hammer Crush, discard, and we need to hit the Negate Attack. But instead we hit a Counter Pigeons. A little bit suspicious. Well, actually, we need to destroy that one anyway, because this is only 1,000 damage. So we need to hope the other one is just a spell. And we somehow managed to win the game with one card left in deck. Oh yeah, you see the issue is Widespread is so irrelevant that I forgot they used it. I was like, that is not the good legend trap. So nothing has happened. So we will queue for another, and see how it goes. Was that our first game? I feel like that one took a while. Paco, like I said, I have definitely been not on it. And also, I've never actually claimed to be good at the game. I just played a lot. The competition is not that fierce. And random casual games on a ladder, on stream with a tier 3 deck against an untiered deck are not exactly, worthy of the brain bustin'. I'll go ahead and use a Hammer Crush. I think setting them would have been a perfectly fine choice as well. But we will go in like this. Piercing Samurai can mill a card, but I don't really see a reason to. Alright, so it seems like Eric Shun's deck has evolved. Widespread Ruin hitting us pretty hard there. We're going to lose to the legendary 1500 pass bot. Also, as you can tell, I am really not paying attention. As I summoned 2 1200 attack point monsters. And yes, Paco, I am definitely gonna lose to Eric. It is just way more fun this way. Yeah, Buster Blader, I don't think I need to actually get into the graveyard because the skill does it for me. And I know their deck is running actual monsters, capable of triggering my skill. And I'm only running the one Tasmanic Seal right anyway. Alright, so we see the Yami Ruler tribute for Yami Ruler because the button is glowing. Will they activate the effect though? I don't think Eric ever learned how to activate monster effects. And there they go, in for 1300. But now it is turn number 4. And my skill is activatable. I would like to apply the effect. I will get rid of Torvero to send Buster Blader to the graveyard. And then activate the effect to add Buster Blader to my hand. And then Mage debuffs the Yami Ruler further. And, Paco, are you ready for this? They used Widespread Ruin, so I don't need to worry about negate attack anymore. I will activate the Piercing Samurai to mill my own negate attack because it is more fun that way. And then I will put back some of my own monsters for later. And this will put the Yami Ruler down to 0. I want to play around Music Princess's Recital, so I'm swinging in with the Piercing Samurai first. Though it is a 500 damage loss, as there's no longer a dragon type buffing the Buster Blader. Welcome, Soji. Hope you are doing well. Eric is on the ropes, but don't count them out yet, Paco. A nice Dragius. Could inflict a ton of damage, and then maybe they even have a buffered slime. We never know what's around the corner in Eric's ultimate, most powerful deck. That is not able to use monster effects. That could actually be a pretty fun challenge. Wait, actually, didn't I already make it to, King of Games with no high-level effect monsters? I was gonna say, trying to do a King of Games challenge where I don't activate any monster effects. However, I've already done something pretty similar. Though, maybe a skill would need to carry. The level monsters did put in a lot of work. So it is hard to say for sure. Alright, was that 3 games? I don't know, but I am gonna finish these event duels. I think that would be a good one for a point battle, just showing up as Eric themselves. Oh wait, the AI is not able to deal with this. Alright, it is turn number 4. Activate skill. Apply effect. Discard. Discard. Tribute summon. 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 Effect. Debuff. Effect. Add Buster Blader. Summon. Summon. And battle. And pass it over. How is Hammer Crush doing? It is fine. Hammer Crush is able to get a card out of your hand to enable Swift Guy the Fierce Knight. And that's about it. That is the only thing I really have to say about it. It is a totally average card. It can destroy some back row. It works with the deck in some capacity. I'm pretty sure there's some kind of mission that requires me to maximum summon. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring this in. We will buff up and get the bonus for dealing over 3,000 damage. I'm also running Twin Edge Dragon to enable Swift Gaia as well. It works on those hands where you draw 3 low-level monsters. And a spell and trap card. So I need to do one more maximum summon at some point. And then also one more ranked duel. So we'll duel Luke here. Do another ranked duel. Fight the standard duelist, because at that point I think we'll have 3 of them. And then I'm going to ignore the poll results and play a little bit of Pokemon. I want to get to Whitney. It is also Friday, so there is an incentive for me to go all the way up to Surf to go get Lapras. But I'm not planning on using Lapras on my team since I already have the Slowpoke. Oh wait, actually after the ranked duel, I told Paco I would be doing a Gen 2 tier list. Just based on how much I like them. And of course, another Luke immediately spawns. So let me see if I can find a tier list maker for it. So I can get that set up a little bit ahead of time. Okay. And then another event duelist. I have no idea why there are so many of them. I feel like we fought like 3 Asanas earlier in a row. But I mean, I guess I am still missing one of the field spell. So I do kind of have to play the event anyway. I'm not really looking forward to grinding the event though. Fortunately, the rewards kind of suck anyway. So I'm not super invested in trying to get like prismatic copies of the thing. Also, this Asana is struggling to deal with the random level 30 Yuga deck, which is quite impressive. Yeah, getting Asana up to level 35 would be nice, so I actually have all of the cards available. Obviously, 30 is the major break point, because I think the Mystic Dealer is relatively important. Alright, and there we go. Oh, it is actually my 4th Primal Howling, apparently. So I got one without noticing it at some point previously. Let's go ahead and finish up with one final ranked game. Yeah, the lizard from the event is used for the skill. Because it is a non-level 4. I think Asana is a pretty good character in the show, but I think the Duel Links team has done them pretty dirty. Okay, we are against a 6-win streak, non-archive skill Mimi. Is this the rise of Disco Fever? Probably not. So if I had to set one of these, I think setting the Buster Blader makes more sense because we have 3 monsters that are able to recur from the graveyard. I could also put it in attack mode, but I feel the only way Buster Blader in attack mode is better is if they end on like a Tough Striker, which is just a vanilla 2500 that they aren't able to boost with the skill. It is indeed an Aqua deck. And here comes a Disco Fever, a little bit preemptive though. I don't think any of these are going to be able to reach the threshold necessary to clear out the Buster Bladder. And we even have a Hammer Crush already in hand, ready to go. Double Swift Gaia. Interesting. Piercing Samurai. Summon in Gaia number 1. Activate our Hammer Crush, and as you can see, it's doing exactly what I want it to do. Getting my hand down to 1 card remaining, and allowing the Tribute Summon. Let's head into battle. Unfortunately, they do have a trap, and it is Widespread Ruin. Though I am not really sure why they are running it. Over negate attack. Oh, it's because the Seahorse Carrier. They are preemptively being ready for the July 4th ban list. Okay. That is such a wild and stray hit. Seahorse Carrier being at 2, coming to backfire now. More now than ever. That must be why they were thinking of buffing the skill and giving Aquas a little bit of extra support. It's absolutely no reason for this deck to be forced on Widespread Ruin right now. The Triple Threat Thunder is unfortunately a huge blow, but they do still need to drop a Dianketo or a Cyber Attack to clear. We will take it. It is beyond turn number 4 now, but our Buster Blader is already in the graveyard. We are just hoping to draw a Witness. And we do. So let's go ahead and activate Emblem of Destruction. I don't think there's any reason to send a card to the graveyard, so we will not be applying the additional effect. Instead, Witness of Dragon Destroyer will come onto the board and add Buster Blader to hand. We could summon Torero. And I think that is a good idea. But we aren't going to use the effect, as I don't really see a... Well, actually, we could use the effect. Just to put back our Swift Guy as the Fierce Knights and our Witness, so we're more likely to draw it in the future. Let's go ahead and set this Kanon. Then we are summoning the one and only Buster Blader at 3100. Setting a card. Setting a card. And the question is whether or not we summon the Piercing Samurai in defense mode or not. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure I missed lethal. I absolutely could have put down the Piercing Samurai earlier. Swing in for 1200. And then swing in for the 1900 here. So, I did miss lethal. Recital is... it would protect me from one Dianketo. But I think setting this makes more sense. Okay. End of the battle phase. And how did they get this above my monster? Oh, it was in 2300. I'm just gonna go aggressive. But yeah, I missed out. They have 1200 or less. Samurai would have killed. For sure. Unfortunately, they do drop the Hydration. And they find the Recital. So, now we probably do lose the game. Or, they still don't have an out to the Buster Blader. And we just win on the spot. Activate Hammer Crush. Ditch a monster. Never punished. Activate the skill. And swing in. They made the play they did in order to hydration. Even though they weren't able to clear. I don't think it probably was not the correct move, but we will take the win. And we'll go ahead and claim the extra duct tape and the gems. Apparently we maximum summoned at some point. Lifetime mission, we did apparently hit 300 days on this account. Which I made before Duel Links launched. I mean, before Rush launched. But, as you can tell, my very high enthusiasm for the new skills have not even unlocked them yet. Whoops. Let's grab the extra experience, and we are actually playing against a Dragon deck. So I am excited to see if Buster Blader is able to completely run over what should be Blue Eyes White Dragon. Or Mirgius. But of course, we instead open quite awkwardly. We're going to Hammer Crush, ditching one of our Gaias, so we can draw more next turn. We'll set the negate attack. And pass it over. You could actually argue to keep the Witness in hand because we had the negate attack. But we got hit by the Dragon's Inferno. And this is very funny we are dying terribly here. We need to draw a witness. And we do not. So things are suddenly very awkward. Do we even want to apply the additional effect? I'm gonna go with no. As with Recital, even with the Miragius, we are gonna be able to stall for a turn. But then they summon an actual Dragius, and things are a little bit more complicated. Dragius is swinging in. We use our Recital to live for another turn. Our move, and we find the witness, thankfully. However, we could get blown out by a Widespread Ruin out of nowhere. So let's be on guard. And by that I mean, not care at all. Send this to the grave. Send this to the grave. Witness. Activate effect. Add Buster Blader to hand. Normal summon. Normal summon. And then activate Talismanic Seal Array. We'll go ahead and return a bunch of cards. Debuff this Dragius. And then we actually can't really summon the Swift Gaia because then we're in danger of losing to a debuff. So we just swing in with this, and they have the Widespread Ruin. They are simply unbeatable. Buster Blader cannot defeat the power of the dragons. Terrible matchup. You know, Buster Blader has never gotten a win against dragons in their entire life, even. I'll go ahead and send this over to Redfire, because I know they're always sending me a ton of Vagabonds. And then in 8 seconds, we'll get a ×3 duel ready to go. So this will be our final game of Duel Links. We'll go ahead and do a Gen 2 tier list. And then maybe try to clear Whitney. I think our legendary duelist, or our standard duelist, is doing their best. But unfortunately, they forgot to run dragon cards. And if they aren't running dragons, how are they supposed to ever compete with Buster Blader? You need to be running the dragons to out this card. It is the only way. And I think that does it for that. So let's go ahead and switch over to the web browser. It's probably on the wrong one. Oh, no, it actually is. Okay. So let's see what we're working with. Generation 2. probably my personal favorite generation for sure. The one I played the most of as a kid and home to many wonderful Pokemon designs. And of course, they are games with zero flaws. Not a single issue at all at any point in your standard playthrough. So we've got a few different tiers here. Let's go ahead and start by filling out one of the Pokemon that definitely deserves to be in the top 10. And of course, I am referring to none other than the legendary bird, Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is representative of what it means to be Gen 2. Ho-Oh is a Pokemon that appeared in the very first episode of the show, signaling a broader horizon into the future. It is tied to its core to Johto's themes, from resurrecting the Pokemon at the Burn Tower to being found in Ecotreek City itself, the homeland of Johto's culture. Everything in Gen 2 is truly revolved around Ho-Oh. And it is just a great Phoenix design in general. So then that brings me to Lugia, who of course is the reason I have made the sextuple F tier. Ho-Oh, Johto is very much the story of Ho-Oh, and Lugia is a tacked on movie promo, add in game mascot character that just has no business being on the same level as this guy. Lugia does a great job in its movie, but playing Silver version is basically taking Gold and replacing a character that is beautifully and perfectly implemented into the region, and deciding, you know what, actually we're just gonna go send you to the bottom of the ocean floor instead. Even the wing is found at the top of Goldenrod Tower, you know, because Ho-Oh is a bird. Why is Lugia at the bottom of the ocean? It just does not belong here. It was very clearly just added in to cause a version split and sell more copies of Pokemon. Gold is by far the superior and true version of the Gen 2 pairing. Lugia is probably a bottom 5 Pokemon for me, and I don't even think the design is all that bad. It just is trying to be something that it very clearly is not. And I do not like it. So, heading back up to the top 10. Obviously, I can't not put Porygon 2 up here. Great Pokemon. And then I have to give 2 of these slots to both Phanpy and Donphan. So, obviously, Phanpy is quite an adorable little creature. And then it evolves into the very cool Donphan. Donphan, like Ho-Oh, is actually one of those Pokemon that were introduced before the games, where it belongs. As there is a trainer battle at the start of the Mewtwo movie, when they reach Mewtwo's island, where a trainer has a Donphan. And I've always been a fan of Donphan because of it. I really like when they introduce Pokemon a little bit ahead of the games. It makes it really feel like the world is larger than what we've played. They've done this a couple of other times, like with Munchlax in some of the Gen 3 movies. And of course there's stuff like Meryl in Pikachu's Adventure. Moving on, if we have Phanpy, Of course, we also are going to need to have Teddy Ursa. It is just a very adorable teddy bear. And if Lugia wants a hug, they can find a Teddy Ursa plush to hug them. Next up, let's go for the starters. I think Totodile has by far the most personality out of the three. I'm not sure how much of that is just the TV show putting in the work, but an energetic, eager little bitey guy is very fun, and I want one. After that, I do think Cyndaquil, with those fire on its back, is quite good too. And then Chikorita, it's not bad. I still like Chikorita. But I think it doesn't have quite as much going for it as the other two starters. And that's even before we get into how much worse it is to use in the games. However, when we are talking about Bayleaf though, then we are back in business. The little leaf blade on its head and the seeds around its neck are pretty solid. And Meganium, of course, is also up here. Though, I probably think I like Bayleaf a little bit more. The flower is cool, but I think I just really like Bayleaf's razor leaf shaped head. And this is going to be true for Quilava as well. The middle stage is great, but the ending form, not quite as good. I think it's just there's less fire. Cyndaquil has the whole back going on. Quilava does the same, and then Typhlosion is just kind of usually depicted with its mane, which is not nearly as fun. We need it to have its fire to make it as good as possible. But we get over to the water starter. And Lugia, king of the sea. King of the quadruple F tier. Or, I'm sorry, the sextuple F tier. Croconaw joins Lugia in this stage. And then Feraligatr, also pretty good. It's just, Totodile is perfection. And it's pretty hard to beat it. I do think the sprite work is doing a little bit of disservice to Feraligatr here. Maybe if I was rating them based on the Gen 2 or 3 sprites, or it would be different. But these are my overall vibes as a whole. We move over to the early route Pokemon. And I think Sentret is actually pretty good. I like the little target on its stomach. I like that it stands up on its tail, etc. And despite what the internet meme community says, I think Furret is actually a bit of a downgrade here. It loses that target. It loses the standing on its tail. It's kind of just a guy. I'm sure it would be soft and cuddly, but I've never really interacted with ferrets in real life. I don't think Furret is bad, but I don't think it has as much going for it. And I'm going to say the same thing about Hoothoot and Noctowl. Hoothoot is a very neat, nocturnal variant to Pidgey. But then Noctowl is just kind of just a bird. That really should have had a dark or psychic typing instead of being a normal flying. I think that would have saved it quite a bit. I know Ash uses a shiny Noctowl in the TV show, but that is actually all I remember about it. So I'm actually going to bring it down to the boring tier, because how can you have the protagonist own one and it just not be memorable? Okay, and here we go. Ladybug, it's just a ladybug. But Ladian, that is a peak design. It's a little bug with 4 arms. It reminds me of a superhero. Unfortunately, it is terrible in the games. But I definitely used this when I was a kid and didn't really know about the base stats, particularly in one of the Pokemon Coliseum games. I just thought it looked so cool in 3D. And I like seeing it float around and just be a cool bug. Similarly, I think the spiders are quite cool as well. I owned a little toy as a kid of an Ariados that would like shoot out a little poison sting thing. And they are, again, very interesting, but just bad. With no real niche in the video games. Crobat is fine. If I'm being honest, I think Zubat is probably my favorite of the line. A lot of people are big fans of Crobat, but it is just a guy. It is just a guy. Golbat definitely needed the love, but I don't think Crobat looks cool or is interesting outside of being, hey, we took this Pokemon that was really annoying in the caves and made it actually viable on your team. Obviously, Crobat is also the default choice for character arc characters. Like Silver is gonna evolve the Golbat into a Crobat because he learns to respect his friends. And I think Gladion does the exact same thing. But it's not really that cool to me. However, Chinchou and Lantern are some great options. I don't think there's really too much to say about these Pokemon. I don't think they've ever been particularly notable in the games or anime or card game or anything. I just like them. I think they look neat, and the water electric typing is nice for shoring up some of their weaknesses as water Pokemon. I think they probably actually are decent-ish on a mono water team, just for the type variety. And then we get to baby Pokemon. Now, Togepi is the mascot of the eggs, and it is great. However, Togetic is pretty boring. I don't like it. I like the little egg. I don't like what it turns into. And then we get to the rest of the baby Pokemon, and I think the babies are just largely whatever. Like, I do not care about these Pokemon. Elekid actually does look cool. And Pichu is necessary because Pikachu is the mascot. I need to introduce the new mechanic with them. Cleffa is the toughest one here. I want to hate Cleffa as much as I hate the rest of the babies. But unfortunately, Cleffa is a complete powerhouse in the Pokemon TCG. With its Eek ability and resistance to being KO'd, it dominated the format for a couple of years. And that gives it some extra points. Moving on. From Pichu, a Pikachu baby, we have Meryl, one of the first Pikachu clones. And Meryl is going right up in the top. Quantum, I would say, there were a Vulcan and a, Worm Excavator player who both did relatively well. No real results from plants, as far as I remember. And Buster Player kind of flopped too. But the other thing to note is that there were no Ultimate Bond players in the point battle at all. And the only Maximum Ragnarok player was Paco for the last half hour of the event. So we were not seeing the meta. Let's see. What was I talking about? Right. Okay. So Meryl, pretty good. And then Azumarill, kind of in the lower tiers for me. The thing that saves Azumarill is how much it has been constantly buffed throughout the years. It gained the fairy typing. It gained huge power. It has belly drum. It got waterfall after the physical special split. Every generation, for several generations in a row, was just buffs to Azumarill viability. And that alone makes it good enough to earn points to go into the cool category instead of the boring one, pretending to be a necessary counterpart to Raichu, before they realized they were allowed to simply not make the Pika clones evolve. Also, being a water type instead of electric is also noteworthy. I need to grab some water real quick, but I will be back in a moment. And we are back. I noticed we only have 6 Pokemon in the top 10 right now. So I want to go ahead and put in my candidate for number 7. Unknown. Of course, this is a Pokemon that does not do anything in the games. But Gen 2 is all about the lore. And for the same reason Ho-Oh is ultra connected to Johto, so is Unknown. The third movie does a great job of making Unknown feel like a real part of the Pokemon world and a major threat. Obviously Gen 4 gives Unknown ties to Arceus, which just elevates it even more as kind of these mystical creators of the universe. Almost like Unknown are the angel counterpart to Arceus being the deity. But we'll get back to the top 10 a little bit later. Let's go ahead and spend a little bit of time on the sheet. Everybody, of course, loves Mareep, and they are not wrong. Mareep is a wonderful Pokemon, and Ampharos is elevated by its story presence. Being in that Olivine Lighthouse gives it a real connection to the region, and I think when people think of Johto, Ampharos is one of the first Pokemon that are going to come to mind. Almost everybody in Gold and Silver uses a Mareep in their playthrough, and it is a true shame it is not available in Crystal version. I don't know why they would do that, but it is the case. We're not ranking the Megas, so I'm gonna get some of those over to the bottom. Okay. And then, unfortunately, Flaffy, not bad, but I don't think it is quite as huggable and lovable as Mareep, nor is it as iconic as Ampharos. However, I actually do need to raise it one more tier, and that is because I believe in the Pokemon TCG there was a dark Flaffy that had some kind of energy accelerating effect that I remember being pretty good. Or it was used in some combination of the Dark deck back in the Gen 3 meta. Or, yeah, it must have been Gen 3. Natu and Xatu. I think these Pokemon are pretty solid. Natu is very cute and speaks to my sensibilities, but I don't think it has that much going for it. It is when it evolves into Xatu that it becomes peak. The idea of it standing still and just gazing into the future is quite nice. And then it also does a lot of work in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. So I respect the Xatu a lot for that. Also, I'm realizing I do need to move the list over, apparently. As the chat bar was going to start blocking off these Pokemon. Blossom, I quite like. It's a pretty fun departure from Gloom and Vileplume, being plants known for just smelling bad. Turning into a happy hula dancer is very cute. However, it loses a lot of points for not being placed into Sun and Moon. The Hawaii region did not get the hula skirt Pokemon. And if Game Freak thinks you're that irrelevant, then why should we care? Like, it is done major dirty. It should have had, it had so many opportunities to have like a cute little storyline to really elevate it in popularity. But instead, they simply didn't even include it at all. But Blossom is still a great design, and I love it. Sudowoodo, I don't think quite makes it to the same, well, this one's tough. I want to put it, like, in A tier between cool and the boring ones. I think it's a fun design. I like its role in the games. I think he does some fun little dances. And that's enough to be placed in the cool tier. It's just that visually, he is just a tree. He's a little bit too good at his job. Now, Politoed. This one, if it gets, really tough up there, I might have to take it down a notch. But, okay. Poliwhirl and Poliwag are S tier Pokemon. But then, they never turn it into a frog. Like, Poliwrath is just a bigger Poliwhirl. And that is weird. Politoed perfects the line. And it just makes everything work. Also, Politoed is great, after gaining that Drizzle ability, turning a unusable Pokemon into an absolute meta staple. And we love to see the glow-ups. Hoppip, definitely a top tier Pokemon. But the others in the line, not quite as good. I just like Hoppip's design quite a bit. Apom does a pretty good job of being a monkey Pokemon. They realize monkeys like to use their tail, and they just decided to exaggerate it. And that is a good design basis for a Pokemon. So it gets that hand, tail, and it works out well. Sunflora, it is just a sunflower. And it's bad. I think Sunflora could go from the boring tier up pretty highly if they just do something to it. Give it a Gigantamax that just like blows through everything with a super solar beam. Give it a new evolution. Give it a new typing. Something. Okay, basically, Sunflora is bad. But anything they do to fix Sunflora will make it very cool. Then we get to Yanma. Yanma balls. Got 'em. Well, I do think Yanma's actually pretty fun. I actually like Yanma a little bit more than I like Yanmega. And then Wooper and Quagsire. Maybe top of here. Well, okay, Hoppip actually can go down and Wooper can go up. I think that's fair. These tiers are not ordered right now. Might do it at the end, might not. And then we get to the evolutions. Espeon, good. Umbreon, pretty trash. Overrated, etc. So much hype. Well, Espeon's probably not, like, super amazing either. I think the only reason I don't like Umbreon that much is because of, like, it's just me being contrarian. Like, it does have a good, okay, I'll move it up. I just think it is, okay, no, I figured it out. The reason I don't like Umbreon is that every time you enter a Pokemon server, and there's some person in there who thinks they know what they're talking about, but they are actually the worst Pokemon player you've ever seen. Their favorite Pokemon is Umbreon. Every single time. The Umbreon fan base is really bringing Umbreon down. And I don't know why it is. But that's just how it be sometimes. Murkrow is okay. I feel like Hoothoot is already doing the job of being dark nighttime bird. Honchkrow really saves the Murkrow design. But Murkrow by itself, not that great. Slowking, very funny, very good. Honestly, Skyhawk, that is a good theory. People get to Karen, go, wow, that's literally me, and then just copy Umbreon as their favorite. I could see that being the case, for sure. Mischievous is pretty good, but I'm not sure there's really anything I have to say about it. Other than that, it did not deserve to only be in Mount Silver. This is a Gen 2 Pokemon, that you are not able to use in Gen 2. At all. It should have definitely been in the Burned Tower. And then given to Morty as a prelude to the Gengar. Wobbuffet is mostly being saved here by being on Team Rocket. Girafarig is fine. I like the idea of having a tail that does the thinking. But I'm not really sure I like the way Farigiraf handles it. I feel like I've seen better fan art options for a Girafarig evolution than the one we actually got. But the concept is there. Also, I think instead of normal Psychic, like, Psychic Dark makes a lot of sense for it. But also being a little giraffe guy is pretty cool. I think Pineco, is kind of the definition of the boring but necessary tier, but I am biased. So, it's getting promoted, and Fortress will take its spot instead. Dunsparce is... It honestly might be up here. So, Dunsparce does a lot. In the games, it's the first super rare encounter you're going to come across. You'll hear the whispers of Dunsparce outside of Violet City. And you can go hunting for it. It's right there. You don't need to learn Rock Smash or get deeper into the game. You can enter the Dark Cave even before you have Flash and hunt for this mythical Pokemon. And then when you find it, it isn't that good. It's just rare. And that is pretty fun. It's a lot better than the Feebas implementation, where this Pokemon is not good, but then it evolves and is super good. But also, in order to find it, not only is it a low encounter rate, but you also only have 6 tiles randomly generated in the entire game to find it. This is just your standard run-of-the-mill, rare, neat Pokemon. But Dunsparce is saved even more by its role in the trading card game. Dunsparce was a staple Pokemon its entire time in Standard. Look up the Sandstorm printing of Dunsparce. In an era where a ton of Pokemon had effects that were like bench 1 basic Pokemon from your deck, Dunsparce let you get 3. And then Dunsparce even let you switch out in order to put in a Pokemon you wanted to use on the next turn, or something that you wanted to use as a shield to protect your other Pokemon while Dunsparce has done its job and you need to power up the rest of your team. Not only that, once you've gotten your board in play, you need to go and actually power them up. You know, attach energies, take time to evolve them. Because this is part of the era when everything was a stage 2 deck. And Dunsparce had a paralysis attack for the same energy cost as its call for family. Meaning you get to set up incredibly quickly. And then you also get the chance to stall while you prepare the rest of your board. Oh, I'm glad to hear that the Dunsparce is relevant in the current TCG as well. I think it is a shame. It is a shame that they reprinted Sandstorm Dunsparce and it saw no play. And then as soon as it rotated out, a Gossifleur with the exact same attack, but worse, saw play. I was so disappointed. Dunsparce did not get the chance to shine. Also, thank you, Cyclone, for the cheer. I do appreciate it. I think that might be like the first time anyone's actually cheered on the channel. I don't know if I have a way to check that, but I do appreciate it. I don't know. I feel like I might have hiccups, but I actually can't tell right now. Gligar evolves into Gliscor, which is one of the best Pokemon, so Gligar is going in the top. Steelix, a great redemption for Onix. Snubbull, I never understood. As a kid, there were so many NPCs that would talk about how cute Snubbull is, but I don't see it. Snubbull is not an attractive Pokemon. It's like intentionally an ugly dog. I don't know why they are trying to make it a marketable plushie. But like all of the media I see is about how cute Snubbull is, when that just is false information. Alright, thank you for joining, Suji. I'll see you again next week. Quillfish, I never really saw the appeal to, but of course, Caesar is belonging somewhere in the top 2 tiers. Paco, I'm actually not really sure what you're talking about. But maybe that is a trope I will become more familiar with as I grow up. But especially as a kid, I did not understand. Shuckle, pretty good. And then Heracross Mega, we are not rating. Welcome, Megan. I see you have joined just in time for the Snubbull slander. Hope you are doing well. Heracross, another one of those Pokemon that probably deserve to be somewhere up here. But then we are quickly running out of spots. It gets quite competitive. So if I had to pick one bug, I think I actually do have to pick Caesar for its relevance in the Pokemon Stadium 2 opening. Definitely left a mark. And obviously everybody already loved Scyther during Gen 1. So Caesar is going to remain up there. Sneasel, honestly might just go in the bottom tier. You know what? I don't think Snubbull deserves to be as bad as Croconaw. Like, it's not that bad. It is not a Croconaw tier Pokemon. but it is pretty low there for me. I think it's gotten a little bit better over time. It was in Detective Pikachu and did a little bit of relevancy, becoming a fairy type in Gen 6. But just thinking about it in Gen 2, my introduction to Snubbull was not a fan. So while Teddiursa is peak and the greatest Pokemon, Ursaring is kind of just a bear. It has the little target thing going on, but Sentret does it better. Ursaring is very much just there. And I mean, I guess the Teddiursa has to evolve into something. So we move on to Magcargo. And unfortunately, I do like it. However, the issue is this Pokemon is so underrepresented that most people think it is a Gen 3 Pokemon and a counterpart to Numel. But it is not. It just did not appear in the card game. It was not relevant in the video game. Ash doesn't use one. None of the gym leaders use one. So Magcargo, definitely done dirty. But speaking of Pokemon, people think are Gen 3. Skarmory is pretty good. You can tell that somebody either didn't play competitively or started in Gen 3 when they think Skarmory is a Hoenn Pokemon, as Skarmbliss was at the core of Gen 2 OU for a long time. I think it has fallen off as the years go by and the metagame develops, but everybody knows Skarmory, Steel type, Gen 2, unless they are young. I think being a much more prominent appearance in Gen 3 helped make people aware of how good of a Pokemon it is. So, Swinub. The thing about Swinub, obviously we are primarily a Yu-Gi-Oh channel, and some of you may be familiar, with the site Duelist Grounds. Basically, the casual players back in forum days would be on Pojo or the Dueling Network forums, whereas the competitive players would congregate at Duelist Grounds. Duelist Grounds also had a Mafia section, and the representative mascot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Forums Mafia games was Swinub. So that definitely boosted my opinion of it at least a little bit. Piloswine is also good. And I mean, I'm going to put it in A tier as well. I think I do actually like Piloswine a little bit more than Swinub, but Swinub is pretty good as well. Remoraid is brutal. If you've seen the beta design for Remoraid and Octillery looking like a gun and a tank, those are some S tier Pokemon. But then they got censored to be just a fish and just an octopus. And it's just not as good. Corsola is another one of those Pokemon that people just associate the Coral with Hoenn. And this one is actually just pretty fair. Like, Corsola fits Gen 3 much more than it actually fits Gen 2. I'm pretty sure Misty uses a Corsola. Okay, Paco saying the same thing. But Corsola is just, like, if I think of Corsola, I think of Pacific Log Town. It's very oceany. And, I mean, it also doesn't really do too much. So I think that's part of why, like, I would have never picked this up in Pokemon Stadium 2. And it could be, if it's a rare find or something like you need a Super Rod for. I think a lot of people could easily forget this in Gen 2. It isn't like Skarmory, where it is quite powerful. This is just a filler Pokemon. Unlike Kingdra, who is a fantastic evolution for Seadra and one of the best boss fights in the series. Really encapsulating the pinnacle of peak. Claire's Kingdra is Water Dragon, and the Fairy type does not exist. And that means you're only going to be hitting it super effectively with other Dragon type moves. The only Dragon type move you are going to have that deals damage is Dragon Breath. And you might ask, how does one get Dragon Breath? You have to beat Claire for the TM. So, much like Cynthia's Spirit Tomb in Gen 4, Kingdra is a boss battle against a prominent trainer where it has no weaknesses. And it's just a very imposing threat. And I like it for that reason. Delivered, quite good as well. We like Christmas. Mantine is cool for incorporating the Remoraid. But that's about it. Houndour, of course, also pretty cool. It is just a dog, and it's like nighttime Growlithe. So, I mean, I guess if Hooded is in B tier, Houndour deserves it as well. Smeargle is another one of those peak designs for sure. And Hitmontop is probably one of my favorite of the branch evolutions. Tyrogue, though, because it actually connects Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, it is one of those necessary ones. Unlike most of the babies, which I think are pretty bad. Like, I'd say Tyrogue is good. Miltank is literally just a cow, but it's super fast, super strong, and it's very funny. To turn something that looks so non-threatening and make it such a good Pokemon. Mythicals tend to be pretty good. Smoochum can go down in super F tier. Pupitar is just weird. They took a pseudo-legendary and made it a Metapod. Why? Larvitar and Tyranitar are quite good, though. Blissey is fine. And, of course, the 3 legendaries are related to Ho-Oh, and that makes them good. Then we finish off the list with Stantler, who I'm going to also put in a high tier because of nothing that it has actually done, but because it's related to the Pokemon TCG custom format community. Stantler is one of the representatives of the PCCG League, which is the most active custom format community that I know of for Pokemon TCG. So I gotta rate Stantler highly just for that. And I believe that is every Pokemon in Generation 2 ranked. From the best Pokemon like Ho-Oh and Totodile, down to the worst options like Croconaw and the babies. Definitely let me know if you agree or disagree. Paco says, I am missing one, but I don't think I am. What one am I missing, Paco? Yeah, welcome, Tomato. You actually joined right at the end. We just finished ranking all 100 Johto Pokemon. These are just my personal preferences rather than anything like the in-game viability. And the tiers are not ordered. I might try to move them around a little bit though. I think it is a bit top heavy. I like to be a little bit more of a bell curve when I'm able to. So maybe we put Chinchou, Kingdra, we can move maybe Flaffy down a little. What is the weakest one here? Probably Togepi. And then anything else bad? Not really. I mean, I guess I don't really like Houndour that much just because Growlithe is so hard to compete with. Yeah, I think Unknown is not going to be one that a lot of people, aren't going to agree with me on, but it is there for the lore perspective and its representation in movie 3. Unknown just has a lot going for it in a game that really does its best to try to flesh out the Pokemon world. The Ruins of Alph are a great side location that really gave me a sense of mystery as a kid. And seeing the Unknown do so well in anything that is not the actual video games is a lot of fun. Let us see. As I can move Lantern down as well. And now things are looking a little bit more even. I think Generation 2 has a lot of good designs, so it is going to be a little bit more top heavy. And then ordering. I mean, probably Porygon 2, just because I'm biased. Then Ho-Oh. And Unknown for lore reasons. Totodile for being best starter. Politoed for completing a line. That really needed it. Then yeah, I think the rest of the top 10 goes well in this order. A tier. I'm gonna have to put Miltank near the top of this, just because of how funny of a Pokemon it is. Other than Miltank, near the top. The rest of them, I just like all of them. B tier, I mean, Togepi probably goes a little bit down. And I could even see it going this way. Just because the egg Pokemon, I'm just not a fan of a lot of the babies. In general. But I think that is good enough to end the tier list. Maybe I should have recorded this and uploaded it as a video for fun, but I didn't do a lot of planning or anything. So I think I'll just take a screenshot of it and share. Maybe make a community post. And then, now that we're done with this, we will go back to playing a little bit of Crystal. So, let us open the game over here. Paco. Sorry, I'm not really sure what Pokemon you are talking about. And then it is this one. Oh, point battle is done. And then this one needs to capture that instead. And then I will switch the settings back on Twitch to note that we have changed game. So we did play a little bit earlier from the start of the game up to National Park. Notably, we did not actually clear out Whitney's gym. But we are gonna get the experience points up in the route ahead before going back and clearing out the gym. Because we went for a Slowpoke in Slowpoke Well rather than the Wooper that you find on the route prior to Union Cave. And Union Cave is filled with ground-type Pokemon for Wooper to train on. So we ended up being just a little bit underleveled with the Slowpoke as we caught it. And we need to do a little bit of something to get caught back up. Fortunately, Slowpoke learns Headbutt, which is a pretty powerful move. Unfortunately, Bite is super effective, but we should be able to take out the Snubble, no problem here. Oh, but it appears to have a berry. Are we gonna be able to get the KO? We just barely miss it, but we hit with a clutch flinch. And then we just need to walk around and find the other trainers here. Not a ton of sense in grinding against a Pokemon like Sunkern. Though it is actually dealing more damage than I thought it would. So we might need to do a little bit of switching back and forth. Slowpoke, unfortunately, is, of course, very slow. As the name might imply. And we can only take so many absorbs before we would faint. Let's go ahead and get in with a quick Ember. And then see what they bring in next. We are going to switch back and forth to train this thing a little bit more. And Cubone might actually be the perfect choice for a Slowpoke, as we're going to get in those super effective water guns. Growl, lowering the attack, but not a huge deal, as we're using a special based move. Though it is looking like just barely not a 2-hit KO. And Bone Club, a little bit too strong for us. We do have the Quick Claw, but unless we can guarantee we actually use it, we're gonna have to go with the switch. I do think Oddish has a pretty good sprite in this game. But when it comes to the Gen 2 sprite work, the Pokemon that I think is the most saved is actually Venonat. Venonat was very briefly my favorite Pokemon, just because the Gen 2 sprite was that good. So we are going to deposit our Slowpoke for the Quick Heal. Palava is relatively healthy, so we'll keep it as is. Anything else we can deposit? Probably the Togepi is unnecessary. So that's good enough for me. Hoodoo and Slowpoke switch places. And unfortunately, it is Friday rather than Saturday, so we are not going to be adding a Scyther to our team. Alright, let's see what this school kid wants to know. Alright, another Oddish coming in. But we actually forgot to put Slowpoke in the lead slot anyway. And then they are bringing in Pokemon like Voltorb and Oddish, which are not great matchups. So I guess I will let Quilava take care of this one. Venonat is actually on the route south of here, or kind of southeast a little. So I might be able to encounter one relatively soon if you're not just looking it up already. Oh, and then, there should be some good items hiding in the back of National Park. I'm pretty sure either the Dig or Rollout TM is somewhere around here. Alright, grabbing that one, no problem. Is there actually an exit around here? I feel like the answer is no, and I was correct. But there is, of course, a hidden item, but it's only a full heal. Seems like a bit of a waste to go all the way out of your way for that one. Not that I actually mind. Let's go ahead and fight this, I was gonna say this one is a Pokefan as well. They just don't have unique sprites yet. And they have the powerful level 14 Raichu. I remembered him being related to the Pikachu line. I did not remember that it was fully evolved in this battle already. A fun little mini boss fight. Obviously not that tough, given we were able to beat Bugsy. But with the berry for healing, it did deal a number to Quilava. And yes, Paco, the early generations do Raichu so much justice. The early sprites are so much better than the modern Raichus. Alright, Nidoran female. Another Pokemon that would be weak to my confusion if I actually had it. But it is what it is. let's just headbutt down the Nidoran. I was confirming that, wait, this isn't a trainer. Oh wait, we already fought them. Right, okay. So we can now exit the park this way. We'll heal our Quilava real quick. With the deposit trick. And then grab the berry, and there should be a psychic somewhere around here. Pretty sure one of them uses an Abra, but I could be wrong. No, okay, there it is. Just as I remembered, a psychic with an Abra immediately appearing. Somehow we outsped an Abra with a Slowpoke though. Very funny. I think the Abra animation is pretty cute there, rubbing its feet together. And then finishing off with Kadabra, probably an S tier Pokemon for actually playing through the game. Unfortunately for them, they did not buy Thunder Punch from the department store, so they are not going to be able to deal with my Slowpoke, and will instead suffer from headbutting. I was gonna say there should be another trainer over here. This one is a school kid. And Tingla, I don't remember being encounterable very early on in the game. So we are going to have to see if we can actually get one or not. I'm sure Snubble is doing a great job. So unfortunately, to go back this way, we need to have access to Cut. But that is also the grass where Venonat is. So if we leave National Park, we can actually just go to the right instead of up into the park and then battle them anyway. Should be a bug catcher. Oh, but Venonat might only be a nighttime spawn. So we encounter the Abra here. And if we don't want to KO it, it is going to teleport away. But we aren't trying to add one to our team as we are already running Slowbro for our Psychic user. I know it is not going to be optional. And there is Venonat. Paco, if you were wondering. I just think it's very cute. Look at how round and fluffy it is. Unfortunately, we have been supersonic, so I am going to switch out after this one. Bring in the Quilava. And it's looking like we are going to hit level 20 on Slowpoke while we're inside the gym, which works fine for me. Paco, I'm going to guess probably not, unless it's Megan over there. Maybe they would enjoy it. Pidgey going down in 2 hits, and we even dodge the sand attack. Oh, but funnily enough, we actually got the Quick Claw activation on round number 1. I forgot that in the Gen 2 games, it doesn't actually just straight up tell us that the card, that it is activating. We just see Slowpoke move first and have to know inherently. That our Slowpoke would not be outspeeding without the help of the Quick Claw. Headbutt, dealing some solid damage. Let us finish this one off with a Water Gun. And then Pidgeotto does seem a little bit difficult. This bird keeper is stronger than Faulkner. Pidgey and Pidgeotto, both with levels higher than Faulkner's, but still no match for our Slowpoke, who is going to be able to solo the fight. Much better than needing to switch train, if we're getting 2 or 3 hit KOs. Unfortunately, our HP is pretty low now. Oh, and there is the wild Snubbull. Snubbull uses Charm to lower Quilava's attack, but unfortunately, that is not enough to stop an Ember. Our team is healed on up, and we are ready to approach the Whitney fight. Still a few gym trainers to go as well, and I'm assuming they are gonna tell me, I need to beat Whitney. Correct. Okay. I don't know what they are going to say because we don't have a ton of fighting types available at this point. Okay, that is exactly what they're gonna say. Is just use fighting types anyway. I feel like there was maybe something I was supposed to do. But I think until I evolve the Pokemon, they aren't gonna have access to the, full TMs that I bought. Unfortunately, we are getting hit by super effective bites and flinching. So this Meowth is going to pose a pretty big problem. However, as long as they don't crit or flinch, we'll get it on the next turn. And then we can switch train by letting the Slowpoke sit in for the switch. And then switch out ourselves. So we remove Mud Slap for confusion. Even a super effective Mud Slap at 40 base power is going to be weaker than a Stab Confusion at 60. Meowth number 2 coming in. And then Quilava to take it out. If everything in the gym has Bite, we could be in some amount of trouble. Slowpoke took a little bit too much damage there, so we are going to be healing it up. We went to the right last time, so now we're going to go over to the left to explore some of the other trainers. Victoria is sending out a Sentret, but that is only level 9 compared to the much more powerful, Meowths we were dealing with. So it should be no problem. Unfortunately not a one-hit KO, but good enough, and we only take 3 damage in the meantime. This one ends up being a little bit stronger, but we do still have Confusion for a chance to confuse. Unfortunately, we whiff, but Sentret does nothing with its turn, allowing us to get in cleanly. Sentret number 3. And this one is level 17, but somehow still not competing with our Quick Claw Slowpoke's incredible speed. Victoria goes down. 2 Meowths, and then 3 Sentrets. We are truly seeing a ton of type variety here for a type with so many different Pokemon. Alright, only a single Pokemon this time, and it is a level 18 Snubbull, gatekeeping us from proceeding further. Headbutt deals decent damage. Will Confusion fare any better? Not really. I am pretty reasonably confident the Headbutt was dealing more damage. 70 base power is more than the 60 BP of a Stab Confusion, and Slowpoke's attack stat is actually higher than its special, at least at this point. So let's see what the final boss prior to Whitney is going to use. A Jigglypuff makes a lot of sense here. We know Jigglypuffs have a ton of HP, but not a ton of defense. So we Headbutt, get a flinch, and hit him with the 2-hit KO. Next up is a second Jigglypuff. Nothing too concerning. A Defense Curl does make our Headbutt significantly less viable. So we switch over to Confusion and KO with a crit. Slowpoke, as you can see, 35 attack and only 25 special attack. So we are back to using Headbutt again. And then we need to go heal before the boss fight. If I have enough potions, I will just do that to save some time. Alright, next up is the Whitney fight. Feared by many for the power of Miltank. Using Stomp and Rollout to destroy unprepared teams for 2 decades. Let's go ahead and start off with a Curse, raising our defense stat. But this Clefairy has Metronome. How much can we really rely on boosting when it is able to use any move in the game? Let's go ahead and Headbutt and see how it does. A +2 Headbutt gets us halfway there. I'm gonna go for one more Curse and hope we are okay. Pin Missile is a super effective attack, but Bug is a physical type, so it only deals 15 damage. And now we have even more of an attack and defense boost, as long as Metronome is not leading into moves like Thunderbolt. We are going to take out this Clefairy, no problem. And now the Miltank is coming in, the destroyer of Nuzlocke, the ultimate in utter goodness. But our +3 Headbutt, as you can see, barely is inflicting a third of its health. Rollout misses though, and Headbutt with perfect accuracy, our Slowpoke clears the gym without even losing half of its health. And it was only one level above the Miltank as well. Paco is correct. Whitney is, the Miltank does have a pretty good sprite. In fact, Miltank is one of the Pokemon I am planning on using. Not only is Miltank iconic in the gym battle, but when it comes to the Pokemon of Johto, there is an entire section of the map dedicated to a Miltank farm. And I wanted to use some Pokemon in this playthrough that are really connected to the region. which is why Slowpoke with the Slowpoke Well in Azalea Town is on the team. And it's also why I'm going to be using Miltank to round out the squad. I am currently leaning towards the Sudowoodo. Just because it is a mandatory encounter, kind of like the Snorlax from Generation 1. Though, obviously not quite nearly as powerful. That is the bike shop, so then, flowers are next to the gym. And since the route is already cleared for us, we are able to just immediately head straight to, the also, wait, I forgot I actually just have cut. I guess it isn't in my party currently, but I should probably go grab the Sandshrew. In case I want to cut anything in the future. And now we must prepare for what actually can be a pretty threatening boss fight at this point in the run. Sudowoodo has a very high attack stat and access to Rock Stab. So we are going to see how our water gun does. As you can see, only about a quarter of the health. Another water gun gets it to a mid area. Mimic, not gonna be an issue. Let's go ahead and headbutt to bring it lower. And as you can see, even a crit was barely anything. We're gonna go for one more. Sudowoodo is famously pretty difficult to actually capture, so I want to get it down as low as I can first. I think we can do one more. And honestly, we might even be able to do another one on top of that. But I don't want to risk it. Let's go ahead and throw the Great Balls. And as you can see, it manages to break out despite being so low. And another 3 Wiggle escape. I only did buy a few Great Balls, so I am hoping this is going to be enough. And there we go, Sudowoodo is captured. And while I would like to give it a nickname, it doesn't seem to be working for some reason or another. Also, we aren't really going to be able to train the Sudowoodo on this route as it is already down to 5 HP. I do want to move the Quilava and Sudowoodo significantly up in the party though. Let's go ahead and fight the twins. Anne and Anne. Probably a Jigglypuff and a Clefairy, if I had to guess. Headbutt is gonna do over half to the Jigglypuff. And then we switch to Confusion because of the defense curl, and we take a clean KO. And of course, the other Pokemon is indeed a Clefairy. So let us resume headbutting and hope Metronome isn't going to end us. Wait, I think it might have used Growl. And it did. But we are able to finish things off. Alright, Slowpoke gains a little bit more experience points. And we can continue on. Alright, so this Pokemon trainer is probably going to use Hypnosis with their Drowsy. hopefully we are able to make it through it. Headbutt with a critical hit. Pretty good start. And I want to see how much damage it's actually able to do. It should probably only have... Oh, it has Dream Eater. If that is the case, I am going to switch out. I thought I was only going to be able to use something like Confusion. But our sleeping Slowpoke will be fine. We can come around here and grab a bunch of apricorns. And I don't think there are any more trainers, so we are able to safely make it over. Oh, my pack is full. I thought they fixed that. Being an issue. Well, I suppose it isn't really that big of a deal, as I don't plan on actually visiting Kurt anytime soon. Ralph is available a lot earlier in in Crystal than it is in Gold and Silver. Unfortunately, the Firestones are pretty difficult to come by, unless you know what you're doing. So I'm not planning on using it in this run. But Growlithe is definitely a great Pokemon. Very cute, evolves into a pretty cool Pokemon itself, and is also strong. I'm pretty sure that after Bill encounter here, we can actually go grab an Eevee from Bill's house. But I'm not planning on using it. Espeon is obviously pretty good for that fast, speedy Psychic. But I already have the Slowbro. If I was using Quagsire, I think Espeon would probably end up taking the space of the Sudowoodo, especially since Quagsire would be offering the rock and ground moves. So Arcanine is indeed pronounced Arcanine, rather than Arcanine. Which might be what you would expect. Given the name having canine in it. Right, these are the Kimono Girls. Which are mandatory to obtain Surf. Are they properly color-coded? Maybe. No, there isn't a yellow one. But is this one going to be the Flareon user? Only one way for us to find out. It is actually Umbreon. And a dark type doesn't sound like a great matchup. So, Quilava it is. Paco, I was planning on using Quagsire, but I wanted to use the Slowbro instead. Carrot. So, I did a little bit of yellow off stream. And then I lost all of that progress. Because it apparently didn't save properly. And I do not want to redo the slog that is stuff like the Rocket Tower and Southeast Kanto. So I ended up giving up on finishing yellow. Or the yellow ROM hack that we were playing last time. I do want to play through Crystal as well. So hopefully I will actually finish this one. I just always feel really bad when games, or when I lose a bunch of progress. We've been hit with a lot of sand attacks, so let's just use Swift to finish this off. Alright, Flareon is the one where Slowpoke, I think, actually would have been good, but I forgot it was at 7 hit points. So we will retreat into Sudowoodo, and Flareon's normal and fire type attacks shouldn't be able to do much of anything. Then we can hit him with a good old Rock Throw for that big, super effective damage, and a 1-hit KO. Now, how am I actually planning on dealing with, Vaporeon, though? We should also go into the TM case. Is Sudowoodo able to learn these? I don't think it matters because it is not a, special attacker. But access to Dig does sound nice. Earthquake is a very late game move. Sudowoodo is our primary physical attacker. And I will give Earthquake to Miltank anyway. So, Dig on Sudowoodo makes sense. Gets us another field move. I don't think we're going to use Mimic anytime soon. And Dig gives us an out to Jolteon. Not that we really needed one. But I also don't know which one this is going to be. It is Espeon. That is fine. We should be able to tank a Confusion or two while we land Rock Throws. And as long as that's good enough, we will win. Dig is 100% accurate, so we are switching away from Rock Throw to finish the job properly. Sudowoodo did great. Next one could either be Jolteon or Vaporeon. I would have to assume this one is going to be the Jolteon user. Because I imagine they want to give the Vaporeon to the blue one. Okay, so we use Dig. And as long as we manage to not fall victim to the sand attack, I think it'd be a 1-hit KO. The question is whether or not whether the Jolteon is going to have double kick for super effective damage. Alright, we managed to land a Dig, but it does not KO. So it is Quilava time. Sand attack is no problem for us, as we're able to use Swift to get the KO. And that leaves us with only the most challenging one. The Vaporeon user. I don't want to go to the Pokemon Center when there's only one battle left. So let's see if we are able to finish it with our trusted starter partner. We'll go ahead and use Swift for that solid neutral damage. Water Gun is coming in. It is super effective, but we do have a pretty good level lead. So we're able to get it down to the orange. And by taking a second Water Gun, we knock it out. And assuming we get Surf here. So, our Slowpoke has just gained a massive power boost. The base 40 Water Gun is becoming the base 90 Surf. Slowpoke is now dealing over twice as much damage. I will remove Water Gun for sure. And even with Slowpoke having a higher physical attack than Special, I think we are going to be okay. Stab Surf is going to be much more powerful than Headbutt. Morty is up next. But I'm not sure we're actually, are we able to just take on the gym now? No. I thought I did have to go ahead and do the burn tower first. This does make a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure the rival has both a Ghastly and a Zubat, making Sudowoodo a great choice. So in Gold and Silver, you were actually able to encounter Magmar here. And much like Kadabra, Magmar is able to learn Flamethrower, Thunder Punch, and Psychic. So it has pretty strong coverage. Kadabra is the better option, just because it has a higher special, I'm pretty sure. And it should be faster as well. Oh, we definitely do not have Rock Smash. Oh, there's the rival. In the middle. Alright, a Rattata. As long as we don't take a ton of random damage fighting this wild rat, we are going to be ready for the rival fight. How did he even get here, though? With the Sudowoodo blocking our path. Alright, a quick attack is only going to deal 2 damage. But we miss with the rock, though, and Hyper Fang gets in for a huge 4 damage. Rock, though, of course, is a one-hit KO, and we are ready to proceed. I like that the rival is blaming me for very obviously no reason. Now, I'm pretty sure Haunter doesn't actually evolve until level 25. But they have a level 20 Haunter. Very interesting. Unfortunately, Curse is quite strong, given that I am going for Dig. We are going to pick up a KO, though. And a Croconaut is coming in, so we are going to be switching to our Slowpoke to resist water. And then Wild Surf is very powerful. Once we factor in the resistance, I think Headbutt is going to be the winner here. About 20 to 25%. Should be a 5-hit KO. Unfortunately, the Croconaut knows Bite and is faster. Was not prepared for that. So, Quilava it is. We'll get in, outspeed, and hit him with a good ol' Swift. Then there should be a Zubat coming in at some point. And there it is, Sudowoodo switching in for the nice, super effective damage. Unfortunately, Zubat outspeeds and hits us with a Super Sonic. But we managed to break through that confusion and one-shot it. Not bad. As you can see, Sudowoodo's stats are just way beyond Slowpoke and Quilava's. And they finish off with a Magnemite. Magnemite is a newly introduced typing of Electric Steel. So, while I would normally use Dig on Sudowoodo, the confusion means I'm going to switch out and hit him with the Ember. And there we go, sent to the bottom. floor, where, of course, we are going to wake up the legendary Pokemon. Suicune dances around because it is crystal version. And then there's a item we need strength for. Don't think we have that one either. But against all these poison types, Sudowoodo is going to be just fine. Dig, super effective, and no levitate to stop us. Unfortunately, we apparently miss out just barely on the one-hit KO. So Sudowoodo is going to need to go in for a little bit more and take a little bit of damage from that poison. Alright, so we know, I think we are now ready to fight the gym once we heal up. And with this gym, we will be reaching the end of what people consider the good part of the Gen 2 level curve. It's after this point that the game opens up significantly, which also hosts some supposed problems. We will be finding out on a future stream how big of a deal I think it is. And I'm gonna beat Morty. And then maybe try to go get the Miltank. That way I can round out my team just a little bit more. I will switch since we are cursed. And Ghastly is also weak to Confusion. However, Surf is actually is more than twice as powerful as Confusion. So I'm pretty sure just clicking Surf is the correct number. But unfortunately we get hit by a lick that paralyzes and then fully paralyzes. Surf going in. And there it is, a clean KO. Another Ghastly coming in, of course, but at this point, Slowpoke is incredibly powerful and should have no problem taking out Ghastly. And apparently they are running 5 of them, instead of just running a couple with a higher level. They decided to give this trainer a very large team. I believe the idea behind this fight is that the Ghastly will hit you with an early curse. And then since you have to fight so many other Pokemon, they'll hurt you that way, whittling down the Pokemon each turn. We're gonna go for a Dig, of course, to take advantage of Sudowoodo's large attack stat and Haunter's poison typing. We even managed to get a critical hit to finish it off, but they have yet another Haunter. So we go for one more Dig. Luckily we dodge Paralysis a second time. Sudowoodo catching up to the party in no time. Already level 23. I think gift Pokemon and static encounters are at their best when they are going to be on par with the other Pokemon on your team at that point. That way, you actually are incentivized to use them instead of needing to babysit them for a ton of battles. For example, the Togepi egg is not fun to use. Because of how much training and babysitting it requires. Though it is, interestingly, able to actually take out Morty, because they don't really have any way to deal with normal types. They use Curse to KO themselves in a very powerful bout. I imagine Sudowoodo got Dig because they imagine it planting itself in the ground like a tree. Or at least that's what I imagine it has to be. Okay, I think it is kind of silly that it is going fully underground. But I won't complain. I like having the TM access. Alright, we're gonna switch over to Slowpoke for this one. As Sudowoodo is almost level 24. And Slowpoke could also use the experience points. Obviously, Lick is super effective, but it is still such a weak move. It's only dealing around 10 or 11 damage. Surf gets in for a critical hit. One-shot KO. And then they are, of course, finishing off with yet another Ghastly. Not a single Mischievous in this entire gym. Ghastly, being unevolved, is dealing less than half the damage from Haunter's Licks, letting Slowpoke kind of sit here for quite some time. But I'm very clearly not ready for the Morty battle, as I need to go heal my Pokemon first. Whenever possible, I like to treat these types of buildings like, mini dungeons, where if I don't need to leave to heal, I try not to. The boss, so I cleared all the gym trainers, and then healed once, and then I'm now fighting the boss. Similar to how I did the entire Kimono Girls, by themselves in one segment. So I'm going to save Sudowoodo for the Gengar. So against these opening Pokemon, like Ghastly and Haunter, and then Sudowoodo will come in to finish the job. Paco, definitely a good idea to keep yourself vested in a Nuzlocke. Obviously, I'm totally fine with my Pokemon fainting, so it's not nearly as scary. Nightshade dealing 21 damage is pretty tough. Hopefully Surf is able to get the KO. But due to a stat boost from evolving, we are taking a lot there. So let's bring in our Quilava and then immediately get hit by a Hypnosis. Fortunately, we should have some Awakening. To cure this Quilava. Though it is still going to take a bit of a beating from that. Let's go ahead and use Ember. Gets it pretty low. And we should be okay on this one. We outspeed and KO the Haunter. Next up is the Gengar. And that means it is time for Sudowoodo. Level 25. I don't think our Dig is going to be enough for a one-hit KO. Let's go ahead and drop a full heal on it. I was gonna say, I do think the Gengar uses Dream Eater. Alright, and we managed to dodge a Hypnosis, so we are going underground. And this should be at least half. Exactly as planned. Unfortunately, the next Hypnosis is a hit. So, what else do we have here? I don't think we have anything. Is Dream Eater the one that heals? It is. I can't really afford it to get hit by more of those. So, Quilava is coming in. But they go for another Hypnosis. We actually might just wipe here. Our Surfs. Oh, Shadow Ball is super effective. And just KOs Slowpoke outright. Dream Eater. Fully recovering. And our team is down. However, I do have a Hoothoot here. So get ready to see the issue. Oh wait, does Dream Eater work? It does. I thought, oh, Dream Eater is Psychic type rather than normal. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I lost some money there, but money's also not super important. But while we are on the thought of it, I should go ahead and sell some of these items. As our pack ended up being full. I definitely don't plan on visiting Kurt. So the apricorns, we are going to stop picking them up entirely. And then we'll use the money we have to buy a few Great Balls. As I expect the Miltank could be a little bit difficult to capture as well. Speaking of Miltank, I don't think there's actually anything stopping us from just leaving. And Route 38 is going to be where we find Miltank, I'm pretty sure. I will go ahead and triple chat. Cerebi, Miltank. It says Route 38. But in Crystal only. It cannot be found at night. So I cannot capture the Miltank. I'm planning on adding to my team. It is available all day in the other versions. So that is frustrating. So maybe we are gonna call it a day then. What level does it even spawn in? Alright, and the Miltanks show up at level 15. And they're only a 5% encounter. So I'll probably do this stuff, a little bit off stream. catch a Miltank sometime tomorrow. Beat Morty, and just generally be prepared for the next part of the game. And then maybe try to think of a good plan for Morty that doesn't involve just buying a bunch of awakenings. The Miltank coming in at level 15 is a little bit of a pain. But that's fine. We will get the EXP share and can do some switch training as well. And honestly, I mean, a lot of the time, oh yeah, I forgot, we have been sending a ton of the money over to the mother character. So there might be random stuff in the PC box. And I'm not as out of money as I would otherwise think. It is just a couple of super potions. Nothing crazy. Does the mart sell awakening? Okay, it does. We'll just buy a few of these and go beat Morty before we end the stream. Should be, pretty simple. Yeah, the issue, Paco, is that, I did that. And then my entire team ended up being asleep. So at some point, I need to be able to wake up the Pokemon and go for a whiff on their, on the hypnosis while the Dream Meter whiffs, and then dig or something. I'll give it one more shot. Oh, and we get paralyzed right away. A little bit inconvenient for sure. But Ghastly goes down with relative ease. Haunter, I'll bring in the Quilava because I want to keep the Sudowoodo healthy for Gengar. Alright, we get a nice burn in. And it goes down. And then a Gengar comes in. And I'm gonna go for a Smokescreen with Quilava. But that did not work. So now it goes for the Dream Eater. Oh, you're saying I should PP stall for 50 turns. I mean, that could work. But I would rather not, if I have the option. I think the Awakenings are fine. And probably significantly faster, assuming I'm able to dodge one additional Hypnosis. And there we go. Gengar is down. At a significantly quicker pace. But there is still one more Haunter left to go. But if I can defeat the Gengar, I mean, I can defeat a Haunter. Nightshade gets in for a little bit. under a third. But we fail to win at KO. So we'll go for a rock throw. And we finish the gym. Alright, Fog Badge is ours. That is the Shadow Ball TM, I'm pretty sure. Before we head off, I do want to see, where do we get the Strength TM or HM? Because there is that item over in the Burn Tower. So let us see. We grab it from Olivine. So it's gonna be a while until we are able to do that. Okay. Let us go heal the Pokemon. And then we'll see if there's anything on Twitch for us to raid. Because I do need to go do some work. At the very least, on videos, etc. If not actual things. We have been streaming for 6 hours. And I think this is more than good enough to call it a day. Twitch.tv. As first, I'll check if anyone else is playing Crystal. There are actually a few. But obviously I'm not gonna recognize any of these, am I? What is going on in Duel Link's world? Oh, it looks like there might be somebody playing Rush. I don't know them, but we will see what they are doing. If they are actually playing Rush, we'll go ahead and raid them. Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. Go over to video producer. They seem to be playing just kind of whatever they have. They might be new. Their hand involves Harpy's Pet Dragon and Yggdrago. So please do not, I think they are learning the game. Don't make fun of them. I think it'll be fun to see someone interacting with Rush. And the raid will begin in just a few seconds. And that'll be it for today. Thank you.